people have a right to decide who governs them, how they are governed, and by whom. When governments and leaders believe that they are God sent to protect their people, to run a country, and they want to stay there forever, and in the process ignore the rights of the population, lock them up, mistreat them, it's against human nature. They will react. We have seen reactions to that kind of rule all around the world, and it will continue. When you consider the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it's a wonderful document. The question is, do we implement them? Do we live by them? Not entirely. But I'm not disillusioned. It will take time to fully embrace and implement it, so we have to be prepared to wake up every morning, every day, ready to fight for human rights.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and dear colleagues and friends, it's a great privilege and an honor for me to welcome you today for this two-day online conference on COVID-19 and democracy in East Africa. I would like to thank the Society for International Development for co-organizing this important event together with the Kofi An An Foundation. Allow me to extend my thanks to the United Nations Democracy Fund for their generous support, without which this conference would not have been possible. The COVID-19 pandemic is the defining crisis of our time. More than 1.2 million people have died around the world, but many, many more have been affected economically, socially, and health-wise, and politically by this pandemic. The International Labour Organization estimates that the equivalent of 500 million jobs have been lost. The World Bank estimates that an additional 150 million people around the world may have slipped into extreme poverty by 2021 due to the pandemic's impact on the economy. The pandemic has also had significant impact on politics and democracy. As the Foundation and its allies warned, in the midst of the first wave, many governments across the world have exploited, abused the pandemic to justify delaying elections indefinitely, silencing the media, opposition groups, and civil society, and worse, undermining democratic institutions. According to Freedom House, the condition of democracy and human rights has grown worse in 80 countries since the coronavirus outbreak. But the crisis of democracy started long before the pandemic. The year 2020 marked the 14th year of consecutive decline in freedom. But the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated and exacerbated the threats to essential pillars of democracy, namely legitimate and peaceful elections, check against abuses of power, free media and expression, transparency and accountability, and the protection of vulnerable groups. The threats to democracy are magnified by the manipulation and mobilization of populations through digital media, which is facilitating the spread of disinformation and hate speech. As the pandemic continues to spread, it is important that we understand these alarming dynamics and explore how democratic and electoral processes can be safeguarded in times of this health crisis. Let's not forget the wise words of Kofi An An, who repeatedly reminded us that, I quote, democracy remains the system most conducive to peace and security, inclusive development, and the respect for human rights. End of quote. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have come together to reflect on East Africa's democracy in the context of the pandemic and how they can bounce back from the pandemic. Several countries in East Africa have recently faced or are facing imminent elections, creating new challenges whose impact will be felt for the years to come. But the COVID-19 crisis also presents important opportunities for democratic development in the region. Over the course of today and tomorrow, we will therefore look at a number of critical issues around strengthening electoral integrity and democratic governance, including youth participation in political processes and elections, digital technologies and social media, and the role of civil society organizations, political parties, and the judiciary. I know that many of our distinguished speakers have been working on these and related issues for many years. I would like to thank all of you for your participation and for providing us with this opportunity to learn from your experience and best practices. Again, Kofi An An once said, in the face of growing cynicism towards democracy, we must not yield, but on the contrary, defend and champion the values and virtues of democracy. Your leadership, action, and vision will play an important role in our current efforts to build, restore, and strengthen democracy. Again, thank you very much for joining us, and I wish you all a very fruitful conference.
Hello, I'm Annika Saville, the Executive Head of the United Nations Democracy Fund, based at UN headquarters in New York. I am so happy that we at the UN Democracy Fund are able to support the Kofi An An Foundation in organizing today's conference, which is even more important given the very real challenges that are added to our already pre-existing conditions in the world of democracy support. The topics that you are discussing, the role of identity politics, the role of political parties, the role of social media, and the role of civil society are all crucial to us at the UN Democracy Fund as we make common cause with organizations like the Kofi An An Foundation and so many partners in civil society. The UN Democracy Fund is the only UN organization that has democracy in its name and the only UN entity that exists entirely to support civil society in strengthening democracy around the world. So it is with particular pride that I am part of this event, and I remember fondly my former boss Kofi An An, for whom I worked when he was Secretary General. I was his speechwriter for 9 years. So in my own little way, I want to pay tribute to him now too. And I wish I could be with all of you in person, as do so many of us this year, but we will meet again. Thank you.
We are gathered here today and tomorrow to reflect on the state of democracy in East Africa in the context of COVID-19 pandemic, which is ravaging the world. Africa must suffer from fewer deaths, no doubt thanks to the quick responses of our governments and the youth of our population. But we still suffer more from its economic and social effects in the months and years to come. The pandemic is not just a health or a socioeconomic crisis. It is also a political crisis, and it is testing the authority and legitimacy of leaders across the world, on the continent and in the East African region. So as we navigate the complexities of COVID, I urge us to ensure that we do not allow the integrity of our electoral processes to be weakened by the pandemic. I'm not a diplomat, so you will have to excuse my blunt remarks today. I will not sugarcoat the realities we are seeing unfolding in the region. Governments in many parts of our continent and within the East African region in particular are using COVID as a scapegoat and an excuse to influence elections and shift the balance of power in their favor. COVID is enabling repressive responses to challenges to the status quo. This is very dangerous, and we must guard against the shrinking of freedom of speech, whether it be the freedom of individual expression, that of political parties, civil society organizations, or the media. It is no secret that incumbents are hijacking public health protocols and mandates to make it difficult for voices of opposition to be heard and engage on equal footing in the campaigning process. There have been questionable restrictions of movement and limitations on gathering, as well as postponement of elections, which have been harmful to the democratic process. We must think and act more creatively and fairly to ensure that there are safe and healthy ways for all our politicians and citizens to meaningfully participate in elections. Questionable electoral results should be able to be challenged in court, even virtually if needs be. Impartial observers must still be allowed to monitor polling stations in COVID-compliant ways. Political gatherings that are open air and physically distant should be allowed to take place. I'd like also to call for peace. On the streets of Tanzania earlier this month, we have seen peaceful protests being met with violence, resulting in hospitalization and arrests. Threats of targeted violence have been no stranger in Uganda, Kenya, and Rwanda as well. There must be no tolerance under any circumstance for the silencing of opposition, intimidation tactics, and outright threats to life that we have seen surface in a number of countries in the region. We ourselves, citizens of Africa, are to blame for the political processes they are unfolding before our eyes. Elections and those we elected to govern us are the products and fruit of our own labor. We therefore get the quality of elections and leaders we deserve. Identity politics have no place in elections. As citizens, we need to be more responsible in our choices. We need to choose our leaders based on the strength of their policies and potential impact of their agendas to change our lives for the better. Civil society, academics, political scientists need to produce strategies to lead us to change our status quo. We need accountability systems to ensure the electorate are educated and have a voice, and that they hold politicians to account. COVID presents many challenges, but also many opportunities. By forcing us to become more virtual, for example, social media has opened up spaces for candidates to engage with voters in more direct and immediate ways compared to traditional forms of campaigns, such as in-person rallies, costly physical advertising, and the traditional media. That said, there are worrying developments within Africa's social media landscape, specifically regarding the impact of restrictions on social media and free press on democratic accountability and advocacy. There have been widespread reports in the region of heavy-handed regulatory oversight of social media users, tightening restrictions for traditional media and new outlets, blocking or slowing social media apps, to name a few. Access to and use of the media to reach the greatest number of voters should be guaranteed for all. As we move to a more online world, I encourage us to do so in ways which enhance the accessibility and flow of accurate information in the political domain and guard against the dangers of online propaganda, violent and hate speech, and fake news. Let us use the tool of digital connectivity and interactivity to our benefit to advance democracy in the region. COVID is providing us the occasion to be more inclusive in the political process, exchange and encourage a diversity of thought, and reach more citizens with political knowledge. With so many innovations in the mobile money and the digital finance space, I challenge East Africa to innovate and be a model for the rest of the continent and indeed the world to follow when it comes to online political participation as well. As Uganda prepares for its own upcoming presidential elections in 2021 and Kenya in 2022, containment measures to curb the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic should be centered around upholding the democratic processes and taking a little toll as possible on political life. Kenya will soon become a member of the Security Council, the most powerful body in international relations. I call on Kenya to use its position not just to speak for Africa, but also to advocate for more inclusive democratic governance globally in the interest of peace, and security for all. Kenya has an opportunity to elevate the relevance of Africa in international discourse and advocate strongly for the strengthening and defense of multilateralism. Effective multilateralism serves the interests of the global family and is desperately needed to redress the inequities and imbalances exposed by COVID-19, especially here on the continent. The growing threats to multilateralism, democracy, and human rights have to be challenged loud and clear from the grassroots to the halls of the United Nations. If you are here at this conference, it means you have a fair degree of freedom and power. Use that influence to redesign stronger democratic institutions and electoral processes that benefit us today as well as the generations of tomorrow. I thank you.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, as we always say in Nigeria. Ujambo. I'm happy to be able to address this important conference, even if it is from afar, because in line with the new normal because of the COVID-19. I'm happy to be able to look at some of the issues that is bothering Africa. I was looking forward to coming back to Kenya for this occasion, but the pandemic got in the way. I cannot complain. However, I have not been hurt by the pandemic as much as most Africans whose health and livelihood are taking a beating. I realize that this beautiful region of East Africa is especially hard hit given the importance of your tourism sector to the economy. It is natural that people look to their health and to their wallets first, but they must not lose sight of the pandemic's impact on their politics either. COVID-19 has been bad for our democratic health as well. This conference is something of a checkup and hopefully will offer some ideas in terms of treatment. Why does that matter? Because whether it's flaws, democracy is the best bet we have to ensure that Africa's future will be better than its recent past. The vast majority of academic studies demonstrates emphatically that democracy yields better economies, better health for its citizens, and better respect for human rights. It is not coincidence that the countries with the best human development index scores are all democracies, with probably Singapore as an exception, while the worst performers are not. we have made enormous strides in Africa in terms of democracy. According to Freedom House, there were only 2 democracies in Africa in 1980. Now there are no fewer than 40 countries who can say they are running on democratic setting. But all of these democracies reach Swiss standards. But not all of these democracies reach Swiss standard. But they are mostly big improvements on what came before. I hear more and more fellow Africans call into question the merits of democracy. They complain about the lousy politicians, the flawed elections, the corruption, etc., etc. You know the tune. But this argument is predicated on the assumption that our political systems were better before the reintroduction of multi-party politics. They were not. Before the end of the Cold War, most of Africa was run by dictators. The economic and social effects were terrible, and people lived in fear. Dictatorships around the world tend to underperform because they are subjected to little or no accountability, either from a free press, an independent judiciary, or a vibrant opposition. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. It's pointed out by Lord Acton. Even leaders who start out with the best intentions eventually go astray if they are not held in check by strong laws and institutions and periodic elections to give them a clear mandate to rule, or to kick them out if they don't perform. That is the worst thing about dictatorship. There is no peaceful mechanism to get rid of them. Only the army or God can intervene. Elections are surely better options to remove leaders. Democracy is fundamentally a competitive system, and competition keeps people, even politicians, on their toes. They are meant to be in power to serve their people and their countries, not themselves. Some of our historic leaders argue that democracy is not African. No matter how they look at it, we can also say that the modern religions we embrace and even die for today are not Africans. If democracy itself is still a challenge in many countries, the aspiration to democracy has taken root, especially among our youth. Today, more than 2/3 of Africans regularly tell Afrobarometer that democracy is what they want. But they are not satisfied with the democratic system they have. But who is? Just ask our American friends these days. From Washington to Abuja to Nairobi, democracy is always a work in progress, everywhere. Each generation has to address the challenges left by its elders. After taking stock of the situation today, this conference will raise a number of key issues facing our democracies, such as the role of political parties, the independence of the election management bodies, identity politics, the use and abuse of social media, the financing of our elections, youth inclusion, or the role of the international community, the judiciary, or indeed the civil society. just like democracy itself. This conference is a conversation about our democratic systems, a conversation about ourselves, a conversation about the kind of countries we want to bequeath our children. I'm happy to be able to support this conference as part of my commitment to democracy in Africa and to honor the memory of Kofi Annan, whose principled service-oriented leadership should be a role model for all aspiring leaders. I thank you all. We're Henry.
People have a right to decide who governs them, how they are governed, and by whom. When governments and leaders believe that they are God sent to protect their people, to run a country, and they want to stay there forever, and in the process ignore the rights of the population, lock them up, mistreat them, it's against human nature. They will react. We have seen reactions to that kind of rule all around the world, and it will continue. When you consider the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it's a wonderful document. The question is, do we implement them? Do we live by them? Not entirely. But I'm not disillusioned. It will take time to fully embrace and implement it, so we have to be prepared to wake up every morning, every day, ready to fight for human rights.
Welcome to our conference for this webinar session on the state of democracy in East Africa today, as part of the overall Kofi An An conference that's taking place over 2 days. I am Comfort, Program Director at the National Crisis Group. I'm speaking to you today from Nairobi, Kenya. I'd like to introduce you to our two, Ms. Fatma Karume, who's from Tanzania, and she's former head of IMA Advocates. She's a head of advocates and also former president of the Tanganyika Law Society, and also to Professor Nicholas Cheeseman from the University of in the UK. In fact, and the entire conference could not be more timely taking place. We are focusing on the next hour, as I said, on the state of democracy in the region where Fatima is from, and there have been some very sort of significant developments that we've seen in the last few weeks, and even as we speak today, saw occurring yesterday in Uganda. So we've got an hour to discuss the state of democracy in East Africa. I've got some important house rules and points for our audience online. Please do share your thoughts and continue the conversation on social media, be it for using the conference hashtag. There's also a survey poll designed by the organizers. They would appreciate participating in that poll. This will be an interactive dialogue between the two speakers and myself, covering Kenya and Tanzania and the wider region as well, given the worrying and concerns that we've seen in recent weeks and even over the last few years as well. While I'll certainly be fielding some questions from speakers, going to sort of interact with themselves and ask each other questions, probe each other on their views as well. And I will also be to provide solution-orientated conclusions, including their thoughts on the way forward. So Fatima, Nick, to you, this is really a tiny moment covering to be convening this developments, as I said, it's unfolding right now. Uganda indicates what we're hearing from Uganda, particularly, is including gunshots from protest following the police arrest of Bobby Wine, the presidential candidate. You've both seen the latest news coming out from there. We all saw the news. We witnessed the point of democratization in Tanzania. And as the conference notes, all the countries in the region, have transited to some form of multi-party democracy. Polls show high level dissatisfaction with democratization in the. There's also, we are talking in the context of COVID pandemic, as to whether we've seen efforts by leaders seeking to explore the either political space to clamp down more on the opposition, to prevent their citizens further. So Fatima, I want to sort of open with you first, and if you can sort of give us sort of 10 minutes to explain to our audience whether the picture is one of dissatisfaction, whether it is a picture of backslide. Come from Tanzania, why have we a period of hopeful predictions and optimism about, for example, in your particular country, to an unprecedented retreat in democracy in the last 5 years? What are your views? What are the scenarios that you're seeing? And how does what has happened in Tanzania foreground what we anticipate in the region over the next coming years as well? So over to you, very much.
Thank you. I think that what has happened in Tanzania in 2020 with respect to the general elections and it's not surprising at all. And people who sort of think that Tanzania had transitioned into a multi-party democracy were entirely mistaken. I think it was hopeful thinking on the part of the international community. I recall always meeting members of the international community and particularly members of the diplomatic corps, and they would always wax lyrical about Tanzania and the potential. Oh, this country has so much potential. My question would always be, yes, well, it does have so much potential. Can you explain to me why, after 60 years of independence, we haven't achieved that potential? Of course, they would come up with all manner of reasons. But one of the main reasons why I believe we have not managed to transition into a democracy, we have not managed to achieve our potential, is because there is something fundamentally wrong with the way the society has been set up legally. If we go back to the very beginning of the setup of Tanganyika and Tanzania when it united with Zanzibar, the legal setup was entirely meant to be oppressive, to create a system in which a few people controlled the masses. And what happened is we created a system, a feudal system, through what one would call socialism. Now, this is extremely unhealthy. And as we so-called transitioned into a democratic system, we never managed to break down the system that had been created by TANU, the system that had been created by ASP. And we were then left with a small minority of people who have a sense of entitlement to rule our country by force, if need be. Now, we're never going to achieve our full potential under those circumstances, because to achieve potential, we need to work together, we need to understand each other, we need to have a system which accepts different views and amends its ways to take into account the needs of the society. A system that doesn't do that, that is stuck in a self-entitled role of ruling as opposed to leading, can only result in disaster.
Can I just sort of probe you some more? Because that's an interesting. When I was speaking to you offline, I gave an interesting sort of comparative what was happening in Tanzania versus what you were seeing further afield. How do you extend your sort of perspective on Tanzania of the region? Do you forecast a similar sort of situation, the potential to achieve or to accept different views played out in other countries in the region? Do you see similar scenarios?
Well, let's look at our region. It is a region which has simply not managed to transition into democracy. Other than, let's say, Kenya, which is trying very hard. Unfortunately, I can see backsliding in Kenya. But if you look at Rwanda, Burundi, Uganda, we are surrounded by neighbors that have not been very successful in transitioning to democracy. And we managed for a prolonged period of time, I think Tanzania managed to give the impression that we were functioning as a democracy and we were transitioning. But I think the telling signs about transition into democracy were the manner in which CCM would consistently deal with the Zanzibar elections. And that is very telling. And it was a red flag that should have been picked up by everyone. So when CCM this time felt existential crisis on the mainland, it used the only tactics it knows how to use, which is force. So yes, I do think that there is going to be contagion throughout the region. I'm concerned about Zambia at the moment. I'm really proud of Malawi because you can see the institutions have managed to somehow remove themselves from the executive and assist the country to transition into a democratic country. And I'm hoping that we will see Zambia manage that, although it is doubtful presently.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to ask you to sort of think through about sort of solutions and proposed ways forward. But let me ask, turn over to, because we all read you widely, on democracy elections. Recently, I saw an interesting sort of article by you about how technology democracy is helping authoritarians and how sort of that has become another useful armory of leaders to sort of secure victory as well. So concerning elections we've seen on the continent this year, and you sort of predict also into next year that all the results will result in victories for the incumbent and not for the opposition. My question to you is why is that? What is going on specifically in East Africa? Nick, you said democracy in lost, and if upcoming election Kenya in 2022 and Uganda in a few months extend the trend, Africa to be one of the most authoritarian parts of the continent, that's quite a damning indictment on the continent. And it will be, I guess, my very first question to you, Nick, is let's ask that. What are those trends you're referring to for the benefit of our audience? And because, as I said, that is quite a worrying sort of forecast for the region. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
I think thanks so much. It was great to be here with you too. It's an honor. I think one of the things we've seen that really worries me in the last 10 years is we've kind of seen the growing criminalization of any form of opposition in countries like Tanzania. I mean, we're talking today after an election in Tanzania where I think 150 opposition leaders and activists were arrested. We're talking while there were street protests in Uganda with footage being shared online of people with arms out of their official government uniforms, apparently firing on protesters who were campaigning against the arrest of the opposition candidate. These are countries in which effectively to be an opposition candidate in which you are constantly harassed and arrested. And let's be very clear, I don't think we need to wait for much more evidence to say that the election in Uganda cannot be free and fair. A opposition candidate is constantly harassed and say that this is a free and fair and reasonable election. The Ugandan election is already looking very much like the Tanzanian election. So I think we then need to ask, what's happened? And my sense is that we've seen a significant shift over perhaps the last 10 to 15 years. If you look at the sort of data, basically East Africa, Southern Africa, Central Africa, all roughly the same when it comes to the quality of democracy in the early 1990s, at least to the kinds of people who do the kind of ratings of democracy around the world. Ever since there's no discrepancy. So dividing lines really comes in around 2005 to 2007. That's the kind of period where what might have been sort of averted as a sort of shallow decline in democracy in East Africa really starts to become a pronounced and significant democratic decline. And I think if you look at that 2005 to 2007 period, you can see a number of different things happening in different countries. So in Kenya, this is when the NARC coalition that defeated the Moi government and removed KANU and led to a transfer from power collapses. And of course, it's just before in 2007, we have the post-election violence, which really kind of undermines the initial move towards democracy in Kenya. In Uganda, this is around the time when President Museveni makes it clear that he wants to be a president for life. And of course, over the last few years, we've seen an increasing number of efforts by him to remove not only presidential term limits, but also age limits to effectively enable him to stay in power forever. In Burundi, this is around about the time that we start to see the initial promise of the kind of peace process and the power sharing government that came out of the peace process start to collapse as the president basically, refuses to effectively live up to the spirit as well as the letter of the constitution. And we see the kind of collapse of democracy in Burundi also around a battle of the president to get a third term. Then, of course, in Tanzania, we see an increasingly competitive political system, as Fatma says, under extremely coercive authoritarian rules. And then all of a sudden we see President Magufuli come in and reverse that and basically once again kind of criminalize dissent. And one of the things I think we've seen to some extent in all of these countries is that politics was actually becoming more competitive. Not necessarily because they were fully democratic, not necessarily because the governments wanted it to be that way, but we started to see really close elections. Candidates who were actually starting to win 30, 40% of the vote in opposition. What ruling parties did is they responded in this kind of in the mid 2000s by increasingly manipulating the law, as Fatma has said, by undermining the ability of social media to be a force of transformation, by censoring it and so on. And effectively, from that point onwards, we've seen kind of ruling parties fight back against more robust opposition. So I think the trend from 2007 has been really worrying. And if you continue that trend line forwards, what you'd really be saying is that in countries like Burundi, Uganda, and Tanzania, we're not only not talking about problematic multi-party systems, we're actually talking about authoritarian systems in which opposition parties aren't allowed to win a meaningful proportion of the vote, which means we're not able to have significant scrutiny and accountability. I think that's kind of where we are now. And if you'd like, I'm happy to talk a bit more about what we might see of the elections in the next couple of years, but I'll leave it there for now.
Yeah, actually, one of the questions I want to ask you was because again, packing the trends based on the observations that you've seen, and I'm really interested in the way you characterize the turning point between 2005 2007. Was that a moment lost by the international community, by watchers of democratization? What did we lose the moment in which to avert much of the trends that you've outlined? And I guess the question to ask you today is that lessons learned from 2007, what do you think we can begin to do differently today to prevent this continuing backsliding? Are you suggesting to the audience today that for all intents, for example, when you suggest that Uganda may in the end turn out to be very much like Tanzania, also argue that we could also flip Tanzania, for all intents and purposes, has become like Uganda, if you want to look at it that way. I'd like your thoughts on that.
I think there was in some ways a missed opportunity perhaps in the region, but I also think we need to be very sanguine and modest about what the international community can do. I think, for example, there are relatively limited levers that the international community could pull right now to force President Museveni back in Uganda. I think once we see leaders who are set on such a course of action, it's quite hard for the international community to push them back, especially as we now have a multipolar world in which countries can form partnerships with a range of countries, many of which don't actually hold democracy dear and don't necessarily want to see democracy promoted in Africa. So yes, I would like to see more effective and concerted international action. I would have liked to have seen it for the last 10 years. But I'm also not going to say that that's necessarily going to be enough to change the balance of power, because I think it's often had a limited effect. If we look at where we are now, I think there's a number of things that the international community could be doing. I think the criticism of President Magufuli in Tanzania has been fairly muted, given that we've seen systematic electoral manipulation and harassment and arrest of opposition leaders. I think the fact that we see companies like Vodafone in Tanzania, actually allowing the government to dictate, what kinds of messages can be sent. And for those who don't know, Vodacom Tanzania was involved in basically censoring messages that mention the name of the opposition candidate, Tundu Lissu. That's a company that is, basically based in Tanzania, South Africa, and through South Africa, it's based in Vodafone in the United Kingdom. So the UK government could be investigating how a company that's actually headquarters in its country, was involved in undermining the civil liberties of Tanzanian citizens during the Tanzanian elections, and using its own regulatory authority to encourage or push or punish Vodacom, to actually stand up for democratic principles around the world. We could be seeing, an international community being much more explicit on what's happening in Uganda and simply stating that it cannot be a partner of a government that systematically arrests opposition leaders, and that it, requires President Museveni to allow free and fair election for further financial and foreign aid and support. These things would be great to see, and they would certainly make a bit of a difference, but I don't think they would necessarily remove the authoritarian leaders in these countries from power. And of course, a good example of that is Zimbabwe, where for a while international actors did take these kind of stringent positions, and yet Robert Mugabe survived, and of course ZANU-PF, his party, is still in power even though he's moved on. So I think we need to be a bit more realistic, about what the international actors can do. What I would like to see is international actors do a better job of creating a kind of more level playing playing field in which domestic forces can then play out. I think we really, what you learn from, for example, a country like Malawi, which Fatma mentioned a moment ago as being one of the only countries over the last year to actually have a positive trend in its democracy. What we saw in Malawi was judges standing up to be counted, the military standing up to be counted, and these institutions refusing to do what perhaps the ruling party wanted them to do. But that was underpinned by millions of Malawians who wanted to vote for change, and a civil society campaign from the sort of flawed elections in 2019 onwards that really tried to maintain the political pressure on the judges, on the military, on the government to actually allow for free and fair elections. And it was that combination of institutions becoming more emboldened, combined with the real sort of desire for change amongst society and really effective campaigning by civil society groups that allowed Malawi to actually make its transition. In the end, actually, without that much international intervention in the 2020 elections, because due to COVID-19 and so on, there weren't even, for example, international election observers. So I suppose my, sort of key point in terms of where are we going to see democratization in the future, where is the next positive Malawian example, would be that's going to have to come domestically. It's not going to come from the international community. We don't see the leadership from Trump in the US or Boris Johnson in the UK that would be required. And even if there was that leadership, international actors can't drive democracy in Africa. It comes from within. So what we would need to see is those kinds of civil society organizations forming effective coalitions, and that then being able to force the government back in conjunction with concerned international support. And as Fatma said, in some ways, one of the countries I could see that happening in more would be Zambia. Because I think in Zambia now we have an authoritarian leader, but we also have an effective opposition party that is capable of mobilizing quite a lot of support. And we have, although it's been sort of repressed horribly, the remnants of an effective civil society movement that perhaps could do something similar to what happened in Malawi. But I think those are the kind of factors that we need to be looking for if we want to see evidence of kind of positive trends over the next few years.
Nick, thanks. And that's a very nice segue to go to Fatma, because as somebody from within civil society, and given your sort of the work that you've done in the legal sector, particularly on all these issues, there are important lessons Nick has sort of laid down for us, and you pointed to those yourself in relation to Malawi. Forward, based on what we saw in Malawi, can you see kind of like a copycat effect? We always talk about authoritarians copy each other, but can we see a situation where civil society as well can draw from those lessons in Malawi, transport them to other areas? I mean, there are a number of countries that are on the watch list, for example, in terms of how to safeguard democratization, how to prevent those backsliding. I don't need to name them. As in a civil society, as an activist, as a legal person, what are the sort of big takeaways that you think can be replicated elsewhere as you prepare for the elections, whether it's in Zambia where we're concerned, or whether it's in closer neighboring countries in
Well, look, it's all well and good to look at this from sort of an academic perspective, which is civil society can do more. But the reality is this, that these governments are allowed by the international community to kill hundreds of people, and they get away with it. So today's Daily Monitor, the headlines in Uganda is there are 205 dead. They were not killed by gangs, they were killed by their own government. And if governments are allowed, authoritarians are allowed by the international community to use military hardware to kill their citizens, and they get away with it, to use military hardware to kill politicians because they oppose them, to persecute politicians because they oppose them, to persecute members of the civil society because they oppose them, or because they're trying to have other voices heard. If this is allowed, we will not have a Malawi scenario. The Malawi scenario was completely different because firepower was used to protect the judges. The military in Malawi went to protect the judges as the judges wrote their rulings. The military in Malawi protected the people of Malawi. So I think we should be absolutely clear about this. The people of Tanzania, the people of Uganda, the people of Burundi, they're not any different from the people of Malawi. They do want change. The difference is, if they go out and they say they want change, they get killed. The people of Malawi don't get killed because the army in Malawi decided that its job was not to shoot and kill citizens. Our armies do that. Our police force kill citizens. So let's be absolutely frank about this. And I don't want the international community to look at this as sort of, well, we leave it up to Tanzanians, we leave it up to Ugandans. When people are being killed because of their political beliefs, they deserve protection. They deserve protection from the international community. And these regimes should not be cloaked with impunity. They should not be allowed to kill, to remain in power. I mean, maybe I'm kind of very naive about these things, but I sort of look at it as, what is the point of the Statute of Rome and Article 7 of the Statute of Rome if Museveni's government can kill 205 people because they happen to support Bobby Wine? I find this odd. And this is then taken as, oh, well, part of the electoral process, part of elections in East Africa. Well, elections in East Africa are violent because the people who control the firepower make sure they use it to suppress the voice of the people. And we have to face that reality. And we have to, I say to the international community, you have a responsibility. There is no point in having a Statute of Rome, in having an ICC, if we allow these regimes to use the army, to use the police, to destroy politicians, to kill politicians, to maim them. Anybody who speaks in opposition to them becomes a target to criminalize, to persecute a small group of people, so that in the end, with the aim of ensuring that there is no opposition. This is not acceptable. My point has always been, if, let's say, I take the example of the opposition in Tanzania. If these people, the opposition, political opposition, were a small tribe of about 50 or 100, an indigenous tribe, and our government was persecuting this tribe the way it is persecuting this small group of politicians, would the world sit back and say this is acceptable? That these are not crimes against humanity? Why are we allowing politicians to be treated, to be criminalized, to be persecuted, so that a few old men retain power in East Africa?
Fatima, can I just probe a little bit on, because it's interesting to do the contrast between you and Nick. Nick has emphasized the need to, through the Malawi process, for like a domestic action, and all of the international community is important in that, but he emphasized the importance of looking at the role of civic actors and the sort of the mental building up of civic actors. And you're contrasting that with really emphasizing the role of the international community. It's very hard, the role of the ICC, let me just play devil's advocate for a little while. The ICC, for all intents and purposes, has really struggled to have significant impact, and we've seen certain leaders in the region, develop, very fundamentally strong strategies to undermine the ICC in probing system. So in a sense, the ICC is sort of lost any leverage that it may have, even in a country like Uganda and anywhere else. So why do you think that the ICC can be an instrument of restraint or an instrument to deter when that effort that was tried elsewhere, for example in Kenya, never really worked? Why do you think in the Uganda setting?
Well, one, I disagree that it didn't work in Kenya. I think it did work in Kenya because as a result, we had Ruto and Kenyatta somehow coming to some kind of agreement, so I do think it did have an impact. And the issue is not over yet, as you well know. The proceedings have taken another turn at the ICC. But my point is, if I don't think you can compare Uganda, Tanzania to Malawi when you have the armed forces in our countries ready to kill, prepared to kill, and they're killing. And that's my point. It's all, what do you want civil society to do? Go out and get shot? Is that what is that what they set out to do? Is that what their lot? I mean, when you look at Malawi, as I said, the difference is the armed forces in Malawi did not kill its people. They just didn't do that. So, there's a complete difference. And there's a complete distinction to sort of ask politicians to keep putting themselves out there, to keep being criminalized, to keep being shot for the sake of democracy, whilst the international community sits back and says, this is perfectly acceptable because it's being done to politicians, it's being done during the election period. It's not acceptable. Look, I have personally seen too much pain and too much death and too much persecution of a small group of people, and I can't justify it. I can't justify the ICC sitting back and saying, well, there's nothing we can do. We can't even investigate this because, we have been delegitimized by the very people we want to investigate. It seems to me that it's rather a circulatory argument. Of course, they're going to delegitimize you. They don't want you to investigate them.
So, Nick, Fatima has laid out quite a challenge to have brought into the sort of the prescriptions that I was hearing you lay down, and in a nutshell, her message is leaders, have pushed the boundaries to the point where there are no more boundaries left. They've criminalized what is supposed to be a safe space of sort of have democracy and people get to vote in new leaders. Doesn't see any solutions in the way that you have outlined. Is there anything on your side that you sort of begin to think about to help Fatima think solutions, even for a situation like Uganda and Tanzania that you are offering? She doesn't see, she doesn't have the level of optimism that you have, despite what happened in Malawi as well.
Sure. I mean, I don't think we disagree. I mean, I agree that the situation in many former Liberation Party states, and Tanzania, of course, isn't really in that category right now. But the security forces have been overly politicized. But if we look at Rwanda, Uganda, etc., one of the problems is that we don't have an independent, neutral military and security forces that's there to keep the peace. We there have forces that are effectively, in some cases, former rebel forces, governments led by former rebel leaders. And we're really seeing the use of force as a way of sustaining the government. And absolutely, nobody should be asked to go out and lead the opposition or campaign for the opposition when they might be shot with no redress. Absolutely. I mean, we agree on that. I suppose what I'm saying is, there are two ways of responding to that. One is to say the international community needs to engage. Now, morally and ethically, I agree. But empirically, I know it's not going to happen. The international community is not going to ride in on a white horse for any of the elections that there are coming up. We can campaign for that. We can put pressure on them. We can hope that that changes. But it's not going to happen in the next couple of years, not with this international community. In fact, we're seeing in many cases disengagement from elections and democracy promotion rather than re-engagement. So it's not going to be the case that the international community comes in to, prevent Magufuli or Museveni or whoever else from abusing opposition leaders. It's just not going to happen. I also think it's quite interesting, to think what would it actually involve. Would it actually require, for example, as in Gambia, actually mobilizing forces and threatening to take leaders out by force? That might be what it would actually require in the case of someone who's intransigent like a Museveni and a Magufuli. And again, I'm not sure that the international community is going to be, close to that kind of commitment to democracy anytime soon. I'm also not sure how successful some of those efforts would be. I mean, of course, the broader point about civil society is that if you can have a civil society-led transition, that lays a really strong foundation for the next 10 years. If you have an international community-led transition, then when the international pressure is removed, the danger is that you go back to old political habits and logics. So I completely agree that it's extremely difficult to see a civil society/opposition-led transition in either Tanzania or Uganda. And I agree that the use of force by the ruling party is a tremendous factor, and it's one that differentiates those cases from some of those in which we'd be more optimistic. I guess what I'm saying, though, is that given that the international community simply isn't going to come in and make the kind of difference we might hope it would, where else do we look for? And I think the other thing, the only other place we can look is domestically and at the domestic factors. So, some of the questions we might need to ask are, how did Malawi's military come to a point where it was willing to stand and be independent? How did Malawi's judiciary come to a point where it was willing to stand and be independent? How can we start to build and encourage those sorts of political processes? Now, of course, it's difficult. Museveni and Magufuli are smart. They understand how to manipulate the security forces and the judiciary. All of the clever reforms we would propose, they would try and manipulate or undermine. So this isn't a simple game of us trying to come up with a great strategy and implementing it as if nobody else is operating. Every time we do something good, they would try and undermine it in ways that would make it more difficult to have democratization. But I guess what I'm saying is, given that I really don't see the international community coming in an effective way, I think one of the things that we will need to face is that unless it comes domestically, it's not going to come. That's not to say civil society, is responsible or must do more. It's just to state the simple fact of where we are right now in the world. And I think the other thing to keep in mind is, we're not just talking about one government that's doing it. So it's not just the case that we'd be asking the international community to sort out Tanzania. We're also going to have to ask them to sort out Guinea, to sort out Uganda, to sort out potentially Zambia, not to mention Cameroon, Central African Republic, South Sudan. I just think, again, there simply isn't the will or the energy or the leadership within the international community right now to do that. Now, I completely agree that that might be something we want to build towards and campaign for over the next few years. But I think we have to be aware that that's not going to come for quite a while. And given that it's not going to come for quite a while, we can't sit around and wait for it. We have to look for other solutions, and those solutions will have to be domestic.
We've got 15 minutes left, and I want to sort of unpack what you both mean by the international community. Their layers, and we haven't talked about international regional community, and I'm here talking about the Africa, for example, which has laid out a host of sort of decisions, resolutions, it's crafted frameworks, the governance democracy framework, and it's got an elections dispute resolution body as well. It's got a mediation body as well. Where do you see the role of the Africa Union, or even the sub-regional body? I'll leave aside my own opinion for the moment, but curious to understand from you whether you see the potential for the African Union that, as I said, has crafted a number of decisions around governance and democratization? And do you see a role for the EAC, or is that redundant? Does it have no scope? Can it play any role given that it's an intergovernmental body as well? Fatima, why don't I throw that question to you, because this is the reaches to institutions.
Okay, so we have within East Africa, we have the AU, then we have the East African Community, and we also have SADC. Following the elections in Tanzania, all of these three institutions were quite happy to declare the elections as free and fair. So I don't think we have much hope in these institutions. They seem to be talk shops headed by political appointees, and the political appointees are appointed by the very people who we are complaining about. So it's very easy. I'll give you an example. During election period, Magufuli invited Museveni to Tanzania, and Museveni was happy to come and support Magufuli. And he also invited the president of Burundi, who was also happy to come and support Magufuli during the election period. So you can see that it's a group that wants to keep power within its grip. And this is a group that talks and confides with one another. And they appoint people to these regional bodies, and they're quite happy to assist each other. I just want to, Nick, I just want to talk a little bit about the Zimbabwe experience. I think the problem with Zimbabwe, and my view, is that despite the international community, what happened, the efforts of the international community with ZANU-PF and Zimbabwe, South Africa was a big supporter of Zimbabwe and ZANU-PF. The ANC felt that it had to pay back the hosting that it had from ZANU-PF during the apartheid era, and the support that it had from ZANU-PF during the apartheid era. And it opened up its borders to Zimbabweans. And you can see now that South Africa is having internal social problems because of the immigration issue. But that was a big assistance, a huge assistance to ZANU-PF. And so the international community may have said, sanctioned ZANU-PF, but its neighbor, its biggest economic neighbor, did not and assisted ZANU-PF. And that's why ZANU-PF, I think, survived to date.
Are you asking Nick to respond? Nick, to respond to that. I think Fatima wants you to.
No, well, I think that's right. I mean, South Africa essentially acted as a mediator and blocked some of the things that perhaps the international community would have done. And of course, Mbeki pursued quiet diplomacy, which led to a power sharing deal, which allowed Mugabe to stay in power and then reassert control. So I don't disagree with any of that. But again, I guess I would come back to, can we hope for that to be different in other countries? You know, Fatma's just given us a great explanation of the problem within the East African community, which is, you know, the East African community is not going to stand up for democracy when it doesn't have a single democratic leader inside it. And you know, although you could say Kenya is on the balance, and Kenya could easily go either way, consolidating towards democracy or towards autocracy, you know, in general, the balance of power within East Africa has shifted decidedly in the authoritarian direction. So when it comes to the question of would the international community have regional support to intervene in Tanzania or Uganda, I think the answer again would be no. We wouldn't see regional hegemons or regional powers coming up and saying they wanted to support the international community. Instead, I think what you'd probably see is, you know, what happened around Kenya and the ICC, where Kenya pursued shuttle diplomacy using people like Kalonzo Musyoka and others to build support across Africa for actually pulling out of the ICC and for framing the ICC as somehow anti-African and as a racist body that was only interested in pursuing African cases. Now, of course, that was mostly a fabrication in the sense that many African countries have been in the vanguard of pushing for the ICC in the first place. But that strategy of trying to delegitimize the ICC in that way was fairly effective, at least rhetorically, and in terms of diplomacy within East Africa and beyond. And I wonder what would happen, for example, if the international community was to try and do something in Uganda to take out somebody like President Museveni. I suspect Museveni would reactivate that shuttle diplomacy, that we would see regional leaders coming out and claiming that this was infringement on their sovereignty, and that the international community, or the West, as it would probably be, would be put in a very difficult position. Now, again, I'm completely with Fatma. I would encourage the West to be in difficult positions more often and to stand up for its principles and not to always back off in these situations. But I do think that we need to be cognizant of how complicated and difficult that environment might be. And my suspicion would be that actually there'd be as much or perhaps more criticism from African governments of doing that as there would be praise. So I agree that Zimbabwe was as much about South Africa as it was about the UK and US and other factors. But again, I wonder whether or not we could hope for a better situation in countries like Tanzania and Uganda and Kenya. And I guess my final point on that would be, most of the countries that I've seen where the international community has been really effective, it's had total unity. It's managed to get a number of different international actors on board behind the same position. It's managed to come with a fairly coherent message, and it's intervened in relatively small countries with fairly insignificant militaries and relatively low GDP. So the West African/international action to remove Jammeh from power in Gambia in 2016 is a great example. That was a fairly swift and effective mission. But it was partly swift and effective because Gambia was a relatively small, isolated country. We've very rarely seen activity like that be really successful in really big economies like Nigeria or in Kenya that are much more independent, much more less aid independent, and have much more powerful security forces. So, I agree that it would be great to see the international community stand up and be counted. And whenever I can, I push for that myself. But I also wonder about how feasible that is in terms of actually some of the countries that we're talking about now.
But how do you explain Burundi, which is in comparatively the same size of Gambia? Its economy is also not that strategic. So how do you explain the inability of the international community to not have significant leverage in a country like Burundi? You mentioned Nigeria, 2015, a coalition of national, regional, and international pressure worked in concert, I think, to avert what could have been a very difficult outcome there. So I just want to do that contrast. But how do you explain Burundi versus Gambia, for example? Because you raised it, I'll put that.
Yeah. Well, I think there's a couple of things. I mean, I think the international community is much more likely to intervene when it can demonstrate that the opposition has won the election and it believes the opposition is credible and it can work with it. And obviously, built into that is a self-interested component that we want to see an opposition we believe we can work with productively. Now, in Gambia, you had a reformist opposition led by Adama Barrow, a new opposition coalition that looked like it was going to reform Gambia in all sorts of ways that might be productive, both internationally and domestically. And we also, of course, had the actual result being announced and then Jammeh basically challenging the result. So a bit like Bagba and Cote d'Ivoire, you had very clear evidence that the opposition actually won. And this was a power grab, a bit more like the United States and Donald Trump right now. Whereas Burundi, I think it's often been a more complicated scenario. I mean, if we take the case of the third term, this was a third term that was clearly illegitimate and clearly unconstitutional. But as I understand it, the president effectively put pressure on the Supreme Court and blackmailed and threatened judges to the point where they would actually come in and say it was okay. Then the international community is in a slightly more difficult position because it would actually be second guessing the judicial body of the country and saying that they didn't really make the decision that they wanted to make. And similarly around elections, you've often seen elections in Burundi that were either boycotted by the opposition or were poor quality, and the official announcement is that the president's won. So that independent kind of statement that the opposition won and then the president's trying to steal it comes in. But I suspect it's also, about other factors. I think some of the other factors that influence international intervention are, language, proximity, historical ties. Countries like the UK and the US have historically been much less engaged in places like Burundi, probably feel that they have less knowledge about places like Burundi, and frankly, probably care less about places like Burundi. And I think we have to keep in mind that international intervention is always shaped by those sorts of historical and sort of self-interest and identity relations as much as it is, by the imperative of promoting democracy. But I agree with you. It's not straightforward, and there are many smaller countries in Africa. Zambia is perhaps a good example of a country with, relatively weak economy right now, just defaulting on its debt, and yet we don't see a particularly strong international intervention to promote democracy in Zambia, despite the clear attack on democracy under President Lungu. So I agree with you that even in some of those cases where you would think it would be easier to promote democracy, we don't necessarily see the international community stepping up to the plate.
4 minutes left, and I to sort of leave on a sort of a downward note. And one of the messages from the organizers was to get your thoughts on a way forward, and in a sense, both of you having your ways forward. But what would you sort of, in summary, what would be sort of the two things that you think could provide solutions, sort of orientated for our audience, for organized as a way forward? Taking on board everything you've said, what do you think sort of would be two sort of critical sort of takeaways? If you think about how we can reverse some of the backs and deal with the criminalization of democratization, as you rightly pointed.
Well, okay, so one of the takeaways is that I think Africans are perfectly capable to we are perfectly capable to fight for our democracy if given a fair chance, as in Malawi. And the fair chance means that you shouldn't have an army turned on innocent people who are not carrying arms. So we saw that in Malawi, and Malawians stood up for their democracy. And I believe that Tanzanians, Ugandans would do the same if firepower that is really aimed at, should be aimed at opposing forces, is not aimed at them. So we have to somehow ensure that the police and the army do not turn on the people. And this is where I think that the international community can play a role and say, well, we're not going to accept this type of violence being used against the people of so I think that's really important, a recognition by the international community that firepower does impact people with respect to how, and innocent people who are unarmed, how they communicate with their government. And if we can get over that, then it's not so difficult. There are so many ways of setting up a society, and we have to deconstruct the way. In the case of Tanzania, we have to deconstruct the way Tanzania has been set up legally, and return power through the law back to the people.
Thanks, Fatima. And Nick, just 1 minute to you. Are you still there, Nick? Have we lost Nick? Looks as though we've lost Nick. Oh, hi Nick. Can you hear? So 1 minute sort of conclusion from you on what you see as sort of the big takeaway in terms of solution base. Is it responding? Well, unfortunately, I was hoping to get one more final remark from Professor. Fatima, it was appropriate also that we ended with that important point that you said that, that is that's a big point that we should take away from the panel. Will fight for democracy and to give it a good chance on the continent if we ensure that our institutions, are there to protect citizens as opposed to kill them, opposed to work against them. That's sort of an appropriate way to end the session. So thank you very much. Thank you to all our audience that listened to this session, and I wish you all a continued good listening for the rest to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon. Welcome to this panel on Are Elections Giving Democracy a Bad Name? My name is Arthur Muliro. I am a Deputy Managing Director at the Society for International Development in Rome. Elections are an important pillar of any democracy, and the right to vote is something that all citizens must not take lightly. And the duty to protect that vote is also an important democratic imperative. However, there is an emerging and rapidly entrenching notion in Africa that electors or voters no longer decide who their leaders are, whether it is in party primaries or in the general election itself. That our elections are decided either by unaccountable party barons or manipulated electoral management agencies, or by other forces, technology and data companies, or even in extreme cases by the courts. So we have on our continent a widening chasm between voting and counting. It's a kind of strange paradox of inverse literacy, where peasants and voters know how to peacefully cast their ballots during the election day, but then graduates and computers forget how to count on the election night. There is an urgency in changing this perception and to be able to reclaim and reaffirm public faith in electoral politics. Because what is happening as people begin to see that elections are not being able to deliver what they, in their own viewpoints, believe should be the outcome, are choosing to vote with their feet, not necessarily participating in the democratic process. Today we have a panel of two very distinguished individuals. We have Dr. Seema Shah, who is an expert on election integrity with the African Center for Governance in Nairobi, Kenya. And she has had experience with the Kenyan elections in 2013 and 2017. And she will be sharing with us her insights on what she has learned from that experience and how this could be used to improve the performance of future elections in our countries. The second panelist is somebody whose face might have been very familiar on our TV screens in recent weeks and months. Mr. Tundu Lissu, Vice Chair of the Chadema Party in Tanzania and presidential candidate in the just concluded 2020 general elections in Tanzania, where he conceded to the current president, John Pombe Magufuli, who swore himself in on this government a few weeks ago. So I'd like us to start off the conversation. Dr. Shah, perhaps if you could just share with us your own journey in this process and where you're coming from and what you have seen in terms of the election management process and how we can build on that.
So when I was thinking about how to answer the question that has been posed to this panel, do elections give democracy a bad name? I thought it would be useful to start just by grounding us in what we mean by electoral integrity and elections, and then look at what we've been seeing recently in the region, and then ending with some ideas about how to move forward. So an election is, at its core, regardless of how it's structured, a mechanism through which people can speak, be heard, and affect change. But the way an election is set up and carried out has a direct bearing on who can speak, whose voices are actually heard in a meaningful way, and whose voices have the power to motivate change. As we know from elections all over the world, this can differ widely, live up to our expectations as this vehicle through which all people can speak. The fundamental premise of electoral integrity is the electoral cycle. The first thing to remember is that the part of the election that we all get excited about, the results, is actually a very small part of the process. Elections are multi-phased, interlinked cycles broken up into several discrete phases, each of which consists of multiple activities. Each activity and phase must have credibility in order for the whole process to have credibility and for the results to have public legitimacy. A problem or error in one phase can easily have serious effects later in the cycle. So there isn't wide consensus on exactly what electoral integrity means, but there is consensus that a credible election is one that, at minimum, is in line with international human rights law and is marked by integrity throughout the entire electoral cycle. So there are international conventions and global norms embodied in treaties like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the ICCPR, although not just those, that apply universally to all countries worldwide throughout the entire electoral cycle. So with that understanding of what electoral integrity is, what do we know about how we're doing? We've all seen the legitimacy of elections being questioned around the world, from the US to Georgia to Tanzania. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought on even more challenges to an already complex process. The Global State of Democracy analysis conducted by International IDEA shows that regional levels of clean elections have actually flatlined since 2000, whether that's good or bad. And what about in Africa and East Africa? There are a wide range of electoral integrity scores across the continent of Africa. Average scores from the Perceptions of Electoral Integrity Index over the years 2012 to 2018 range from a high mark of 29th place in the world for Cape Verde to 167th place out of 167 for Ethiopia. Between 1975 and 2019, this Global State of Democracy analysis shows that clean elections in East Africa was only ever at a high of 0.36 out of 1. Compare that to a high of 0.59 for West Africa. Scores in East Africa have gone down since 2005, and in 2019, they were down as a region to 0.30. The Perceptions of Electoral Integrity Index analysis also shows that campaign finance and voter registration are amongst the weakest parts of the electoral cycle across the continent. And we've seen this recently. I'm not going to repeat the examples from Uganda that we've just heard about, but we know this morning that Bobi Wine was arrested and detained, and this is the second time in a month that that has happened. And this comes in the aftermath of the past several years since 2005, when Museveni repealed term limits and age limits for the presidency, allowing himself to run now for a sixth term. Kenya's last elections were in 2017. The pre-election phase of the first election that year, which was later annulled in a landmark decision by the Supreme Court, was marked by the murder of the IEBC's head of IT, the man who was in charge of a new system that, if it had functioned properly, would have allowed the public to see polling station results online in a way that would allow them to track the results themselves and verify the count. There were multiple unresolved issues with voter registration, including a discriminatory ID requirement, continued use of the infamous Green Book, and of course, most controversial were the results forms, which in the first election were found to have been non-verifiable, and in the second election were found to be different online than they were in the IEBC's possession. In Tanzania, which held elections quite recently, I think my co-panelists can speak to this much more eloquently than I can. But just as an overview, some of the analysis that's come out has shown that there were reports of harassment, of course, of opposition politicians, arrests of civil society critics, cowing of the media, barriers to opposition rallies and actions. And as voting started, the government shut down the internet, believed to have been done as a way to frustrate both young people and those in urban areas, both considered strongholds for the opposition. Civil society and the opposition have cried foul for all those reasons, as well as for what they say was ballot box stuffing, pre-marked ballots, and the inability of the opposition polling agents to access some 60,000 polling stations. Elections may be the cornerstone of democracy, but credible elections are not possible without the supporting architecture of a strong democracy, and countries in the region are struggling to maintain strong democratic institutions. Freedom House analysis shows that only 20% of African countries became stronger between 2019 and 2020, compared to 41% becoming less free in the same amount of time. The Global State of Democracy analysis shows that the trend for fundamental rights in East Africa has been consistently lower than Africa as a whole over time. This is the same for representative government, checks on government, and civil society participation. So I don't think elections give democracy a bad name, but I think the way that we practice democracy today actually gives elections a bad name. It's worth mentioning that the two main treaties governing elections and democracy on the continent, the Declaration on the Principles Governing Democratic Elections in Africa and the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, lay out basic standards for how we conduct elections. But it's notable, they are really limited. They see elections in a very narrow way, and they allow states a lot of leeway to justify certain types of exclusion and allow states to prioritize an elite-centered rather than a voter-centered approach to elections. Without a more robust overarching framework as a kind of credible minimum standard, it's difficult to start to foster consensus on norms. And yet having regional norms is important because to have public legitimacy, elections and the rules that govern them must have public ownership. So what can we do now? What can we do to make elections more democratic? The first thing I think, which is really important to emphasize, is to empower citizens to be involved throughout the entire electoral cycle. So we've seen already that coalitions in Tanzania and Kenya are well known for their independent monitoring, advocacy, analysis, and legal reform successes. Whatever we can do to strengthen these coalitions, we should do. In 2017, and in other elections as well, we've seen citizens across Africa and across East Africa using social media to share results and to verify counts. The more citizens are involved and feel ownership of their processes, the more accountability there will be. In fact, one of the reasons the Kenyan Supreme Court gave for annulling results in 2017 was that the Electoral Commission had failed to facilitate a mechanism through which the public could independently verify the vote. We also need to increase a focus on inclusivity in elections. So how can we change electoral systems to really give power to the vote? We might consider things like ranked systems, which have gotten a lot of attention for their ability to moderate political extremes. We need to focus on campaign finance regulation so that everyone has a fair chance to participate, whether as a candidate or as a voter. Part of the reason we have the issues we have is because the amount of money needed to run for election automatically excludes the large majority of people. And we have to democratize our political parties so that they are more genuinely representative of the people they claim to represent. Finally, it's worth remembering the courts. In Kenya and Malawi, domestic courts overturned election results when given sufficient evidence of irregularities. And at the regional level as well, there is demonstrable evidence of deep thinking about what electoral integrity means. I'll just give one example of a case, which is the Open Society Justice Initiative v. Cote d'Ivoire. The African Commission took on the issue of citizenship in this case, determining that rules about candidate eligibility must reflect an understanding of a country's particular context and history. This ruling was really significant. It contextualized the nuances within which elections in the region take place. The Commission's ruling is an example of a key principle of electoral integrity. Credible elections require much more than the right to vote and the right to run for office. In this case, credible elections require a set of rules that accurately acknowledges and integrates unique aspects of national identity. There are lots of other examples we don't have time to go into, but I think overall we have a long way to go in terms of electoral integrity in the region, but there's also a lot of hope. Hope for contextualized electoral integrity in East Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shah, for that interesting expose. Mr. Lisu, taking on from what Dr. Shah has introduced us to, what do you think are the norms that are underpinning the electoral processes in our countries, and why are they not shared? Or what is the problem around the norms? Because I think that is also what sets up the architecture that is shared and that people believe in. Why is this not working in our countries?
First of all, good morning and good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me on this eminent panel on this important subject. The problem, as I see it, with regard to the norms, is that our countries have not fully democratized their structures to bring them into conformity with international standards and international best practices. Speaking strictly of my country, of Tanzania, the system that we have, our electoral system, has fundamentally remained what it was during the 30-year period when the country was under one-party rule. The president, who has always been the chairperson of the ruling party, appoints the commissioners, appoints the chairperson, vice chairperson, and all commissioners of the electoral commission, appoints the chief executive officer of the electoral commission, appoints all the returning officers who conduct elections in constituencies, and everybody who is part and parcel of the electoral machinery is an appointee of the government and essentially ultimately accountable. In many cases, the candidate, as in the recent case. So you have rules of the game which have remained unchanged from the days of the dark days of one-party rule. But that is not all. Our state, if you look at the Tanzanian state, has largely remained what it was during the colonial period, an absolutely repressive apparatus that is not accountable to the citizenry, to representative organs, that does not allow for democracy, does not allow any form of accountability. And this machinery of the state is brought into play during elections with devastating consequences. So you have, there is a case in Tanzania of the armed forces, the defense forces, the security intelligence apparatus, and the entire government machinery brought to bear against the opposition to make sure that the ruling party and the president wins. So the problem is essentially that the state has not been democratized to be able to play an impartial role during the election time. And again, speaking specifically of Tanzania, which I know best, I have been a participant in the general elections since the first multi-party election in 1995. And I can say that there has never been an impartial machinery of the government during elections. And therefore, if we want elections to be conducted in accordance with international best practices. If we want democratic elections, the first thing that we need to do is not necessarily to change the norms, it is to democratize the state, to break the stranglehold on the machinery of the state that is exercised by a sitting president or a sitting head of state, and that stranglehold is brought to bear to subvert democratic elections. What we have gives a lot of credence to what Joseph Stalin is reputed to have said, that the people who vote decide nothing, but the people who count the vote decide everything. We have to make sure that the people who vote count for everything, and the people who count the vote actually help the people who vote to realize their decision, to realize their votes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lisu. I'd like to open up now to both of you. In looking at the elections and the way we conduct elections, there's been a huge reliance on technology, and we've been told that technology is going to address and probably resolve all of these little issues that we have seen with regard to counting stage of things. Dr. Shah, what's your take on this? And should we rely less on technology and go back more to counting hand, printed ballots and stuff like that?
Well, first, I think it's important to point out that there are lots of countries that are actually going back to manual casting of ballots and manual counting, because there's so much suspicion around the integrity of electronic systems and the sort of what we've seen around the world in terms of infiltration by outside actors into elections using digital hacking and things like that. But I think regardless of whether you choose manual or technology, technology is only as good as the people that are running it, right? And so if there isn't the proper legal framework in place, if there isn't the will by the people who are administering those technological systems to hold a credible election, then there won't be a credible election. Technology alone is not going to ensure that. It's people at the end of the day that control that technology. And I think I really appreciated what Mr. Lisu just said about this. We need to remember that the structures of democracy and of governance in this region have not been significantly reformed since colonialism. So when colonial actors left, the leaders that came into power just became leaders of political institutions which were not centered around the people. Those political institutions were centered around the leaders and around elites, and were made, purposely designed to sort of benefit an elite class and not think about what's best for the people. And that applies to elections as well, right? So when we see now how elections are administered, we don't see voter-centered processes. We see processes which benefit politicians, which benefit administrators, which make life for the people running elections easier than it makes life for the people who are voting, which is the opposite of how it's meant to be. And that is a remnant of the fact that we have not made those structural and institutional reforms to governance institutions that we need to. So in terms of your question, I think there's a lot of danger in technology for sure, but I think there's a lot of danger in manual counts as well. And we have to think, like I said, about the institution and the people we're relying on.
Thank you very much for that. Sure, Mr. Lisu.
The question of technology and the elections is a very interesting subject, particularly for a country like Tanzania, which our electoral law, our National Elections Act, does not actually allow the use of these electronic, technologies for use during elections. Our electoral law still mandates manual voting and manual counting of the votes. The law has not changed much since it was first enacted in 1985. However, during the process of tallying of results, particularly for parliamentary and presidential elections, especially when the results are being transmitted by the returning officers to the commission, they are transmitted through modern information technologies. And I think that is where the biggest problem, as far as technology is concerned, is located. Because a candidate or a party agent sitting in a constituency, a tallying center, and who sees these results being put into an electronic machine cannot tell whether what is sent through what he sees in his presence at the constituency tallying center is what is received by the commission seated in Dar es Salaam. And during this process of transmission from the constituency tallying center to Dar es Salaam, to wherever the national tallying center is, there is a lot of data tricks that can be done here, there. And therefore, even in cases in Tanzania where modern technology is used during the transmission, it is problematic because there is no system for making sure that what is transmitted is what is received at the National Tallying Center. And that is to say nothing of the fact that the process itself is actually illegal. It is not provided for by statute.
Interesting. Yes, Dr. Shah.
I think, of course, it's true that when you don't have the legal framework to regulate the way technology is used, that is a big problem. But what we've seen in Kenya, where we have one of the most progressive constitutions in the world and where the electoral laws are actually quite robust, it doesn't make a difference. Because again, if the people that are meant to enforce those laws are not going to do the work of enforcing, there are always ways to find even legal loopholes, right? And so, in Kenya, they developed a huge set of structures around regulating technology. And they had this great idea in 2017 to put the results forms online so that people can see them. And then just before election day, the head of IT is murdered. That's quite a statement, regardless of the law.
Yeah.
I'd like to move on to a point that was touched on. You both alluded to it in different ways. But you mentioned that unless there are deep structural reforms that allow the system to be more inclusive, it is unlikely that those who are in control of the system will allow it to actually achieve the purpose for which it is set up. So how is it that we can actually embark on a process by which we open up such that these institutions actually work and deliver the results that they are supposed to deliver? Because the political economy of the electoral system, as it were today, is in the hands of individuals who would not want it to deliver a loss to them. So how can we address this challenge in order to be able to make the whole electoral system and electoral process acceptable to the people who participate in it?
I think the first place to start would be to figure out how to create decision-making power that is not solely in the hands of people who have a vested interest in the outcome. So you can't have politicians who are looking to run for re-election create the laws around elections or the structures that govern the way elections are run. That it makes no sense to do that. We need to have more inclusion in that process. And so when, for instance, the Constitution was being written in Kenya, that process included, visits by the writing team all around the country to ask people what it is they wanted on specific issues. If we're going to reform elections, that's what we need. We need to know what it is that people want. We need to know how people define electoral integrity. What's important to them? Then we take those views, match it against, the best lessons we've learned from around the world, and figure out how to change the structures that we need to change. But we need citizen voice in that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shah. Mr. Lesu?
I think we have to go back to the old-fashioned question of democracy. We have to win the battle for democracy. We have to win the battle of democracy. You will not have democratic elections if you do not have a democratic state. And a democratic state has to, and it is always created through a process of social and political struggles. We have to mobilize our citizens. We have to mobilize our populations to democratize our societies and our politics, to make sure that those in power are controlled. Specifically with regard to, I think, Tanzania and Uganda particularly. Kenya has traveled some ways in that direction. We need to deal with the question of the presidency. Our presidents are emperors and 18th century imperial rulers. They are almost totally above the law. They are accountable only to themselves. The powers that the president of Tanzania enjoys today are what Mwalimu Nyerere, our first president, described in 1978 as powers to be a dictator. Those constitutional and political powers have to be dealt with. We cannot have democratic elections if we continue having these imperial presidents. And therefore, we have to go back to the question of democracy. We have to win the battle of democracy. We have to break the colonial legacy in our institutions. The most striking thing about Tanzania, if one looks at our history and our present, is the striking continuity between the structures of the colonial state, that concentration of powers that the colonial governors had during colonial period have been even more consolidated during the 60 years of independence. That has to be dealt with. And therefore, to create those institutions which will allow for free, fair, and credible elections, which will allow for integrity in our elections, we must deal with this colonial legacy of a state which is essentially a continuation of colonial despotism. If we don't do that, elections will continue to give the democracy a bad name.
Thank you. Now, we also have the strange, and I hear what you're saying, that we need to reform the powers that are centralized around the institution of the presidency. But, and this is a question that I think many people ask, and they say, well, those powers are to be reformed until the next person, the one who is complaining about them, when he or she gets into office, then has no desire to reform them, because they provide them with such an ample, almost endless, boundless set of powers. So is there any guarantee, and particularly when you're speaking to the voters, that they see a desire to actually reform these institutions? Because there seems to be no, I mean, when people are on the outside, it's easier to say, well, the system doesn't work. But when on the other side, then suddenly the system is all fine and dandy. There's nothing to be reformed. How do you address this challenge?
Well,
I think again,
I,
sorry, go ahead.
I understand the argument, and it is a very valid argument that you cannot inherit the powers of the state as it is and hope that you will use it for for democratic purposes. The state is itself a problem. The nature of the power is itself a problem. It must be democratized. It must be broken up and reconstituted anew on more democratic lines before it can be used to ensure that democratic elections take place. So I agree with the observation, with the argument that uh, you make noises when you are on the outside, but when you enter you wear those shoes, then you realize how comfortable they are. Then you don't want to relinquish your newly found privileges, and therefore the question is to change those shoes. They are too comfortable for whoever wears them. So the point is to make sure that the privileges that go with being a president are not there in the first place. That's why I say we have to deal with the fundamental question of democracy. The concentration of powers in the state and within the state in the office of the president needs to be addressed so that whoever comes to power through elections does not have these almost unlimited powers to which then becomes very difficult to resist the temptation to use them to remain in power. So we have to change the system itself. We had to change the nature of the presidency so that it does not have these temptations.
Thank
And I
you.
think the Malawians are showing a very good example in what they are doing currently. President Lazarus Chakwera has just said that the country is embarking on constitutional reforms to clip the wings of the presidency. That is the way to go.
We have some questions coming in from the audience on the live stream. And this is a question to you, Mr. Lisu, but Dr. Shah, you can also weigh in. I'm sure you have a point of view. And the question goes, when structures that run the elections are so compromised because the incumbent party has such control over the selection of electoral officers, what is the point of getting involved? Does this not legitimize the elections? By Lisu participating in the recent elections under the rules, does it not legitimize the elections?
Participating does not necessarily legitimize the elections. What we've just seen in Tanzania, almost the entire country is appalled by what happened on election day on October 28th. On the other hand, I have never, for a participant in all previous general elections, I can tell you that I have never seen Tanzanians that happy before. I have never seen Tanzanians that optimistic before. I have not seen Tanzanians that hopeful before, as I saw during the past 3 months. The people were absolutely optimistic that something good was going to come out of this thing, and I don't believe for once that by participating in this 3 months exercise, I or my colleagues or the millions of people who came to my meetings legitimated the spoliation of democracy that happened on October 28th. Actually, there's almost on mourning because their hopes, their dreams, and their expectations were completely dashed on election day. So participating does not necessarily justify legitimize the outcome. We have said, for instance, that we considering what happened, this was not an election, but that is not to say that the 3 months campaigning, the mobilizing, the masses that we did was a useless exercise. It wasn't. I think the people of Tanzania realized the difference between the process up to election day and what happened on election day.
I don't think that participating legitimizes a compromised election. I think it depends on by the law and the rules, and tries to run an honest campaign. That will, as we have seen, will be met by incumbents with force and opposition, and that reveals what's actually going on. It actually delegitimizes it because people can see that candidates who are trying their best are not given a fair chance because incumbents are able to use state resources and power in an unfair way. In 2017, the opposition boycotted the second election. And while we could all understand the impetus for that and the motivation for that, unless something like that is part of a bigger purpose, it's not going to help. So after the boycott, eventually, there was a quote unquote handshake where then opposition supporters felt like their leader had sold out. What was the point of boycotting the election and not having a say in who's going to be your elected leader if at the end of the day none of that sacrifice was going to result in some kind of tangible action or tangible change? So if you aren't going to participate, then you have to make that lack of participation something that is bigger and broader and something that is going to eventually result in some kind of change for the people that support you. Otherwise, I don't really see how staying out of the process is helpful, because even if you engage in a process that you don't agree with, at least you have a chance to show yourself and to say something and to try and make reforms from the inside. Whereas if you just, sort of bow out, there's none of that.
Yeah. Okay. I think Dr. Shah is over. Okay, we're coming to the end of the panel, and I'd just maybe like us to get from both of the panelists a sense of what do you see are the future prospects, and are you hopeful for the future of electoral democracy in the region? Let's start with you, Dr. Shah.
I am cautiously hopeful. I think that there's so much interest and enthusiasm among the public, and especially the young public in East Africa, and they've been able to use tools like social media to become more involved and to become more engaged, and to make their voices heard. And I think if that trend continues, that's one sort of path to some kind of reform. I also think that we've now seen in Kenya, right, and Malawi, that the courts can stand up and say something if they don't agree that an election was credible. And so that kind of precedent, I think, is also incredibly inspiring and gives us hope for the future. But again, the reason I'm cautious about it is because as much as we see the excitement for change coming from the bottom up, unless those institutions at the top are changed, we're going to have the same patterns again and again.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lisu?
In the short and medium term, things are going to be very rough, especially for Tanzania and Uganda. These autocrats are not going to to bow out of the political stage willingly or quietly. They will try their damnedest to hang on to power. But I believe, and this is where my hope is, I believe that the masses of the people of Tanzania and Uganda can no longer tolerate this kind of abusive dictatorships, and therefore the people will fight back. Resistance will grow. The mass popular movements will eventually win and create more democratic structures for the two countries. I'm more hopeful for Kenya in the short and medium term, and even in the long term, because the Kenyan people, what the Kenyan people have shown in recent years, in recent decades, actually, is that they have a very short tolerance for very little tolerance for dictators, and the Kenyan people will not accept anything less than better structures for getting their leaders. So in the medium and short term, Tanzania and Uganda will be very rough, will be very difficult. In the long term, we'll build our democracies. It will be painful as it has always been. It will be, costly in terms of lives, freedoms, property, but that is the way of history. Eventually, we'll launch our countries and our societies on more democratic and more just footings with more and more democratic elections.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank both of you for your time and the opinions that you have shared. I believe personally that we have no choice as a region other than to build on the various democratic structures, the foundations that we have. And it is not going to be anything that happens overnight, but it's going to be a challenge. And I think that is incumbent on all of us, independently of what political stripes or shades we ascribe to come together and to find a space where we can converge and begin to thrash out our differences. Because at the end of the day, we have no other countries that we can go to. Either we build our own or there is nowhere else to go to. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and to the audience. And I wish you all a pleasant day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Arthur.
Hello. I'm Annika Saville, the executive head of the United Nations Democracy Fund, based at UN headquarters in New York. I am so happy that we at the UN Democracy Fund are able to support the Kofi An An Foundation in organizing today's conference, which is even more important given the very real challenges that are added to our already pre-existing conditions in the world of democracy support. The topics that you are discussing, the role of identity politics, the role of political parties, the role of social media, and the role of civil society are all crucial to us at the UN Democracy Fund as we make common cause with organizations like the Kofi An An Foundation and so many partners in civil society. The UN Democracy Fund is the only UN organization that has democracy in its name and the only UN entity that exists entirely to support civil society in strengthening democracy around the world. So it is with particular pride that I am part of this event, and I remember fondly my former boss Kofi Annan, for whom I worked when he was Secretary General. I was his speechwriter for 9 years. So in my own little way, I want to pay tribute to him now too. And I wish I could be with all of you in person, as do so many of us this year, but we will meet again. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, from wherever you are that you are joining us. Welcome to the COVID-19 and Democracy in East Africa, which is a virtual conference at this difficult time. Our theme this afternoon is protecting voters, protecting the vote. And it's important as we talk about COVID that we are talking about protection. My name is Obi Diambo, and I will be your moderator for this particular session. Now, in this session, we are looking at the title is The Guilty Party. There's a bit of a pun on party because then we are going to be looking at the role of political parties in the enhancement of democracy in the region. We're going to be looking at questions like what nature of political parties we have in East Africa. Are they like parties which are just breakups from the older parties? Are they individual parties where, like, we have the big man leading the party? Are they ethnic collections or tribal, where the tribal king rules and uses the party for negotiating regional favors? Or might they be religious groupings in the name of parties? We'd also like to be looking at the question of what philosophy or ideology binds or creates these parties, making them an entity that engages in the political process. And how distinct are the parties? Because when you talk about multi parties, we're talking about many parties. But how distinct are these parties? What are the structures? Who are the officials and how do they end up there? And we look at the question of the party structures for conflict resolution. Now, I have with me a wonderful panel. First and foremost, I will introduce my panel. I will start off by one of the most senior politicians in the East African region, Dr. Kiza Besige, who is the head of Forum for Democratic Change. Besige has been in the political process for quite a while, started off when he was 29 years old when he joined the liberation movement. He has been a cabinet minister, he's been many things, and so there's a lot of insight that we hope to gain from the discussion from Dr. Besige today. And along with Dr. Besige, we have Honorable Abdikadir Omar Ahmed, sorry, who is the Kenya representative at the East African Legislative Assembly. He's a former member of parliament in the Kenya National Assembly. He's an economist by training, has been involved in politics for a couple of years. And right now, he is very passionate about issues of leadership and change management, where he's studying for his PhD. So we also like to welcome Abdikadir Omar Aden. Finally, I'd like to welcome also Zito Zuberi Kabue, who is uh, the leader of the Alliance for Change and Transparency in Tanzania. He has been involved in politics for a couple of years also. He had a history. At one point in time was in Chadema. And very interestingly, the story was he was expelled. We might later on just find out what that story was about. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a wonderful panel. Just urge that we continue as we engage in this conversation. If you have a Twitter handle, please keep the conversation going. And on your screen, you could also send us questions. But just to begin, I'd like to begin this conversation by asking Dr. Kiza Besige to give us some kind of an opening statement about the role of democracy in the region. Dr. Besige, you have been in this for a while. At one time, you were a movementist, and then later on, you abandoned movement and for multi-party. Could you please walk us through what your views are in as far as the role of political parties in democracy?
Well, thank you. It's a great pleasure and honor indeed to be on this forum and to have a conversation with very distinguished people in our region on this very important subject. I have been indeed involved in political work, political dynamics in Uganda since the times when we were in an even more difficult situation of the rule of Idi Amin, when there was outright military rule. That time I was a young person still in school, and I graduated just shortly before Amin was finally overthrown. And Uganda has a unique kind of history in the region because of the East African countries. It is the only country, I think, the original East African countries, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, is the only country that we have never seen of a peaceful change of leadership since independence. Every leader has had to bomb their way into office, and finally they have had to be bombed out of office up to today. And so political parties have not indeed played a very significant role in these processes. And I think the history of Uganda regarding political parties is not very different from that of the other East African countries, or even indeed the other African countries, in that, first of all, we emerged, all of us, out of colonial domination. Now, the colonial advent itself came when the African societies were at different stages of centralized governance. Some had developed establishments and systems of centralized governance. Others were still largely communal groups that were not having very systematic central authority. And that was the same in Uganda. We had developed kingdoms in Uganda, but we also had, very loose administrative tribal groupings in various parts of the country that were all taken over by the colonial administration. And under colonial rule, of course, the power of all people in Uganda was now taken over by the Queen of England by force. And we all became subjects of the Queen of England. And the struggles that started and the development of the political parties during the colonial rule were actually initially to negotiate for some inclusion in what the colonial masters were doing, to get some jobs, to have some inclusion. They were not initially really demanding total independence. But as time went on and as the British Empire weakened, then it became increasingly possible to demand independence, and there were then the independence parties started asserting the will of the people to be independent. And now, so the emergence of political parties were seeking inclusion, and the people of Uganda were excluded to different extents. So like here in Uganda, the people who subscribed to the Catholic Church and the Muslims were more excluded than those who were of the Anglican faith, quite naturally, because we were indeed subjects of the Queen of England, the head of the Church of England. And so the development of political parties, therefore, were also heavily biased in those religious divisions. So you had the UPC, which was largely an Anglican-based political party, and Democratic Party that was of those seeking to be included as much as the Anglicans were, and these were the parties that agitated for independence. The elections at independence were indeed also quite problematic because the British, I think, had a preference of whom they wished to live in power, and there were negotiations of the constitution that were very controversial, and all these then were inherited by the post-colonial administration and led to the initial strifes after independence, which were still largely as a result of the excluded groups in our polity. And for me, I think the British, therefore, the colonial powers, have had a very strong influence in how the political parties have developed. Because, as I indicated, they favored certain groups in Uganda, which influenced how political parties were formed. They favored whom they left in power at independence, and that caused further strains in how politics was managed. And even after independence, as we know, because of the Cold War that was there then, the division between the West and the East, and the post-independence governments trying to now make a break from their colonial masters and going mainly east, were overthrown by the militaries that were left behind by the colonial administration, because again they had a lot of contacts, influence in the military, and that's how we all ended up with military governments post independence. And in fact, even by the time the military governments took over, most of the post-independence governments had already banned the other political parties. They were a single party. There was one party rule. And the same happened in Uganda. UPC had obliterated the Democratic Party and was governing as a single party. And then the military took over, and so the struggle in Uganda specifically has been since independence how to get guns out of our politics, because the first president of Uganda was overthrown by guns. That was Sir Edward Mutesa, who was the Kabaka. His palace was attacked by the UPC government. They were in coalition with the UPC government, was attacked, and he ran into exile. The military then overthrew the Obote government, which had used the military to attack the Kabaka, and then Amin took over. Now, that gun rule, the control of power by those who controlled guns, has continued up to date to be the biggest issue. Because then the question was, how does sovereignty return to the population? How does, how do we transfer power from this military administration? Now, when Tanzania helped us to overthrow Idi Amin, some kind of a transition was was created, in which the different political groupings formed a transition government to negotiate reforms that could usher in a new dispensation. But that process itself was overthrown by the military of the transition, uh, which was basically controlled by two parties. The UPC had an armed wing, and Museveni, who also had a small group called Fronasa, had an armed group. And these formed the military commission, which overthrew the transition and now managed the election, the controversial election that led Museveni eventually starting a bush war. So the guns have been a constant feature. And that's how, indeed, when Museveni started a bush war, some of us who had suffered under the military establishment and so on thought this was an opportunity that we could rally behind, uh, somebody who is an educated person, who is, talking the language of liberation, of people rule, of transferring power to the population, that we could rally around him with the war, overthrow those who had usurped the power of the people, and return power to the people. That's how I joined General Museveni in the bush. By the way, I was coming from Kenya. I had been in Nairobi practicing medicine at that time. I left the Aga Khan hospital and went back to the bush here in Uganda. And we stayed for 5 years in the bush war, eventually overthrowing, even while we were still in the bush, the military overthrew Obote. His own military overthrew him. And we overthrew that military from the bush. And coming out of the bush, we had a very clear agenda for transition again, to organize a transition to a democratic dispensation. We had a very clear program that we thought we would manage in 4 years and have democratic elections and have a transition. But this was not to be. The guns that overthrew the military under General Museveni are still the guns in charge of our country today. In fact, as we talk, since yesterday, we are in an electoral period. There is a campaign going on, a general election going on, and presidential candidates have been campaigning for 2 weeks. A very, very problematic campaign like we have had before. At the nomination, two of the candidates were arrested on nomination day. One was nominated without shoes, which had been lost in a scuffle with the police. The police is the one which brought him without shoes to the nomination center. The other one was arrested at the nomination center and detained. And so the guns are in charge of the politics in Uganda always. Since yesterday, the two candidates were arrested. Again, the same candidates that had problems at the nomination. The Honorable Robert Chagulanyi, popularly known as Bobby Wine, was arrested while at a campaign rally. And the FDC candidate was arrested in northern Uganda, also trying to get to a campaign rally. As a result of that, there have been spontaneous protests in many parts of the country. And in Kampala, in the major cities, they are closed. There is even no business today. Many people have been shot dead. Yesterday, the count was 11 dead. The police were only reporting 4. And that story continues today. So elections are really a facade simply to give a clothing to military rule in Uganda. And therefore, what is the nature of political parties in this kind of a situation, where you don't have a a democratic dispensation? Because political parties are democratic institutions. They can only function and thrive in a democratic dispensation. When there is no democracy in the country, it's very, very difficult for political parties to function as political parties. Because, first of all, they cannot raise money. Political parties to function must raise money from its membership. Under the situation like we live in Uganda, nobody can write a check for an opposition political party like my party, the FDC. Anybody who supports, funds a political party will be attacked, their business will be destroyed. If he's employed, he will be thrown out of employment, and so on and so forth. The right to meet and carry out political work is grossly curtailed. You know, you cannot hold political assemblies as provided for under the constitution. Now in Uganda, a new obnoxious law was made called the Political Organizations, Political Public Order Management Act. Public Order Management Act provides that in order to hold any political meeting, you must have the written authority of the Inspector General of Police. And the Inspector General of Police hardly ever allows anybody to hold a public meeting on all kinds of pretexts. And so political parties are allowed to exist simply as a public relations exercise. They are infiltrated, even those that exist are infiltrated by the dictatorships to make it, to create divisions within the parties and to break them up and to create an atmosphere within political parties that will not allow the political party to focus on activities that would allow a political party to function.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Besige. That went on for a while, and I allowed it because you're giving us a history. And like you said, the history of political parties, whether it is in Kenya and Tanzania, are more or less the same. I'd like to bring in Honorable Abdikadir. You have heard that history that Dr. Besige has already given us. I know that you have been a member of the Orange Democratic Movement for a while. You said it was your only political party. Now, I'd like you to just talk to us about internal process. Honorable Abdikadir.
And Hobby, and greetings to all the panelists and people watching. I think you had an interruption a bit in terms of network. Your last part of the question was not very clear. But nonetheless, if I got you right, you talked about the internal structures of the political party. First of all, I want to agree very much with Mr. BCJ on the historical background of most of the political party movements in Africa in general, because we started from the colonialists handing over to power to a specific party, most likely the party they preferred, or in some cases causing people with different political ideologies to merge, meet, form one particular strong entity, and then they could hand over that to that particular entity. And that's what happened in Kenya as well, as you very well know. So it was handed over to KANU, which was then the main political party. And I must tell you that when you talk of East Africa is wide. Right now, definition of East Africa is not just Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, as it used to be before, but now we have we are looking at a wider region. We're looking at Rwanda, we're looking at Burundi, we're looking at, if you talk of Eastern Africa, we're looking at our northern neighbors, the Sudanese, South Sudanese, and the Ethiopians and Somalis to the east. So generally, in this whole area, Kenya appears to have been an island of exception to the issue of taking power by the gun, as was explained by Kiza Besigye. Unlike all those other countries, and Tanzania, I must say as well, I'm not aware of any coup or a military-led coup that caused power or brought power to an end in Tanzania. What I want to say is that political parties, after the big guys left, after the Wazungu left, after the colonialists left, the Africans who are together in those political parties slowly, just like the human nature is, started seeing things from different perspectives. But unfortunately, most of our constitutions were reading one party rule, as the previous speaker said. And so many of our countries have had to change their constitutions or make amendments, slight amendments to their constitutions, like the case of Kenya in 1991 by repealing, Section 2A of the Constitution, so that to Article 2A of the Constitution, so that to allow multi-democracy in the country. When that happened, what happened? Different people emerged with different ideologies and thoughts. My party, which came up, of course, later, but a bit later. But most of them came with, ideologies of social democracy. Others, with different ideologies. Let me say on the onset that I'm not very much aware of religious-based political parties in the East African region, for as much as I know. I know people have different ideologies, but unlike like Europe, where you have parties specific to certain ideologies. You talk of the Greens, the Liberal Democrats, the Conservatives, the Christian Party. So in Africa, by and large, when these ideologies came up, they were initiated by a person. Unfortunately, it so happened that now regionalization started coming in now within specific countries. So if a person from the western part of Kenya developed a political party, then you will realize that everybody in that region was follower number one. And most likely, of the other political party, which was from, let's say, central Kenya, or the Lake region, or the eastern part of Kenya, people started forming political parties, aligning themselves to political parties without affiliation of the person who is leading that political party. And I must admit that in this country and in all the region countries that I know now in the region, because of my scope of work, there are that kind of affiliation to political parties by the citizens of those of those specific countries. Now, in Kenya, we enacted a lot of laws which manages the affairs of political parties. We've got the Parties Act, we've got the Elections Act, we've got the Constitution itself, which of course starts from Article 38, allowing people to have the freedom to associate, to be in different political parties of their choice or different ideology. But when that has been granted in the Constitution, there are now laws that manage the specific how parties are supposed to manage themselves. So parties have structures. We've got party structures. And if I get the example of my party, which you mentioned, the Orange Democratic Movement, which I am the national organizing secretary, we've got the main structures, and I'm answering this question because you asked on the structures and how organized parties are. Indeed, parties have structures. They've got what is called the Central Management Committee, which is the top decision-making organ of the of the party. Then you have got the NEC, the National Executive Council. Then now you have the NDC, the National Delegates Conference, which now makes big decisions or changing the party constitutions and things like that. I must admit that Kenya and Tanzania have had quite a stable, organized political parties structure, if I may so say. They may not be perfect. They are very regional affiliated, ethnically inclined to some extent, some of them. But at least in terms of structure, there is that structure which is in place, which then governs who becomes a member of parliament, what is the process that they go through for the party, who becomes the party leader, what is the process to elect them, how is the constitution of political party amended. Unlike what his BCJ explained, in Kenya, we believe by taking power through the power of votes. It might not be perfect. I must admit to you that we've had very, very, very highly contested elections for the last many years that you are very well aware, which many of them even ended up causing standoffs and ethnic tensions and ethnic indeed killings and such like very undesirable things happening. But I must say, despite imperfections, at least we can say we've got political parties that are in place. And in as far as I know the case of Uganda, which the senior has explained. I can't say that much now. But I must say that for the other countries around the region also, unfortunately, political parties are not there's ideally political parties are supposed to be issue-based political parties. Some are, let me say some are, but many are have very strong followings based on ethnic inclination. And hence, now when you come to voting, and because that's where we are today, how do you protect the vote? How do you protect the voter? You realize that you could easily become a victim as a voter in a given region because of who ethnically you are. I can mention somebody you can mention and say, I am from the Lake region, the Nyanza region of Kenya. Somebody will assume automatically where your party affiliation is. You may say, I'm from the central region of Kenya, and somebody will say, we know you are probably most likely a Jubilee member. And sometimes the voter have become a victim as a result of that kind of affiliation to political parties based on ethnic lines. So what happens then? When the voter himself is at risk, then now you have the vote itself is not then protected, because now it means if I come from this region and somebody else comes from another region and we have different political parties, we form and merge, and we therefore become like the Jubilee Party, which is now in power, is very well known, for example, at the beginning of its formation, to have been a party from the central part of Kenya and a party from the Rift Valley of Kenya. And these are two large communities. You're talking of the two largest communities in Kenya coming together now to take the vote or the power in the country because of that coalition based on which I say started or originated from ethnically inclined kind of ideologies. Unfortunately, when you have ethnically inclined and not issue inclined, because in America you are a Democrat and you believe in that philosophy, and very unlikely that a person will change from being a Democrat and to vote for the Republicans, for example. Or in the UK, if you belong to the Labour or you are in the Conservative Party or the Lib Dems, most likely you get affiliated based on the ideologies of your party. Unfortunately, in many cases in Africa, and East Africa is not an exception, we've got that kind of ideology. Our brother from Tanzania will talk to us. I will have really said that Tanzania will probably be an ideal model of, maybe believe in that CCMism, if I may call it. I don't know how our colleague will describe it, what it is. I tried to define it in terms of ethnic. I couldn't find. They are very well placed, Tanzanians as a society, not to identify themselves ethnically, unlike other parts of East Africa. So I must say, parties generally have a structure, but is that structure helping secure the voter? Is it helping secure the votes? Maybe not necessarily all the time. Let me leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Abdikadir. I'd like to, and Zito had the two speakers have talked the lack of an ideology as the kind of thing driving the party. I think Dr. Besigye talked about it, Honorable Abdikadir talked about it. In Tanzania, this was one of the countries with a very solid ideological base by Mwalimu Nyerere, and then this then transitioned from KANU Afro-Shirazi Party into the CCM. And I know that you are probably not a member of CCM, you are a member of Chadema, which probably broke off from CCM. Now, please, could you address yourself to the question of either the lack of ideology or the difficulty that the parties in our part of the world have in terms of maintaining an ideology?
Thank you very much, and thanks so much from my colleagues who have opened up this discussion, and I have learned a lot from both sides, from Kenya and from Uganda, Dr. Besigye. Thank you so much, and once again, my condolences to the deaths of people that happened yesterday, and also my sympathy to the candidates who have been arrested, both from FDC and Mr. Bob Wine, Kofi Wine. The point of ideology, yes, you explained it very well, that Tanzania, from the start of independence, has been conducting its politics from ideological point of view. You understand that the ruling party, CCM, is a monolithic party. It has been the party controlling all levels of the state from the start, from TANU, and later the merger with the Afro-Shirazi Party in Zanzibar. The one-party rule, 30 years one-party rule, was a total control of the state by the ruling party. And then 1992, the country opened up for multi-party democracy, and the first elections were conducted in 1995. And where the parties formed in 1992, really were they based on a certain ideological orientation? Yes. And we had, first of all, we did not have a split of CCM. So no single party came out of CCM. CCM continued to be as it is. You had fewer members of CCM individually leaving CCM and joining other parties, and this has been continuing up to now. Also, there are members from the opposition joining CCM as well. And so in 1992, parties which had ideological foundations, like Chadema was formed as a center-right party led by the former governor of the Central Bank of Tanzania, Edwin Mtei. NCCR Mageuzi was established as a social democratic party led by the activists from the university, the Mabere Nyarando and the likes, and it became very popular after a former Minister for Internal Affairs, Augustine Mrema, joined them in March 1995. And CUF, which was a center party in the family of Liberal International, joined. So you can see that Chadema immediately joined the International Democrats Union, and CUF joined the Liberal International. NCCR applied to be a member and became an observer member of the Socialist International. So even the parties that were formed after introduction of multi-party politics in Tanzania were ideological. Although following the structural adjustment reforms, the government under President Mkapa, who then took over from President Mwinyi, was implementing neoliberal politics. So you had CCM, a socialist party, but implementing all the neoliberal policies as subscribed or directed by the World Bank, the IMF, and the whole Washington consensus. So this has actually led to lack of ideological debates, because you had parties which were pushing for privatization, like Chadema, and CCM doing privatization. So you really don't see the demarcation line, ideological demarcation line between the parties. And that has gone. The parties have been strengthening themselves, and the parties that have managed to, up to 2005, the parties that managed to wave to come out of any suppression, to come out strongly were Chadema and CUF. So you had a country with largely three parties with strong base. CUF base being the coastal regions of the country and Zanzibar, and Chadema in mostly the northern part of the country, but in most of the urban areas across the United Republic, Tanzania mainland, and CCM as a ruling party and as a state party. After 2015 elections, things started to change in Tanzania. The democratic transition that the country been enjoying turned in a regressive manner after the coming into power of President John Magufuli under CCM. And he started to concentrate power at the center, frustrating the growth of parties, banning parties to conduct political activities, and also even frustrating the independence or autonomous nature of the local government authorities, and all the powers were concentrated at the State House at the hands of President Magufuli. And also slowly and but surely he managed to over CCM, and actually now it's like Magufuli is CCM and CCM is Magufuli. As it was since 2-3 years ago, Magufuli is the state and the state is Magufuli. So the whole positive trajectory that Tanzania was going through ended after the elections of 2015. And just a year before, I had problems within Chadema, and the problems were largely ideological on how and the strategies on how we should lead the party towards being a governing party. I came into conclusion that the largest opposition party then, we had to prepare ourselves to be seen by the people as the governing party in waiting, as the government in waiting, and avoid the kind of politics that continue to portray ourselves as just the opposition and not ready to govern. But we had differences with my colleagues, and the differences were irreconcilable. And because of my left-wing leanings, I decided to get out, and there was a vacuum on the left orientation, and with my colleagues formed a party, ACT, as a center-left party mostly, or a left-leaning party. And later, after 3 years, there were problems within CUF. Then Maalim Seif Sharif Hamad, the leading opposition figure in the country and in Zanzibar mostly, joined the ACT, and now we became the second largest opposition party in the country and the third largest political party in the country. And we went to the election with very, very clear ideology, I mean, through our manifesto, and you could easily appreciate the approach that CCM was taking, that is the more statist, concentrating power into the state, the economy being governed by the state, and Chadema being more pro-market, more for ensuring that the private sector grow, and us, because of being left, and the people who joined us from CUF being more liberal, we moved into the center and advocated for a mix of the two, of the state-run economy, but more with the thriving private sector development. but also more on the participatory, inclusive economy. That has been our agenda mostly. So for now, I don't think ideology is a major issue in our countries. I think what people care more is the service delivery. What people care more is about their rights, their democratic rights, which are being in trouble in almost all countries in the region. At least now we can say Kenya is an exception, but yeah, you see what happened in the elections in Burundi and the problems in Burundi, what we saw in the previous elections in Rwanda, and the problems in Rwanda. No one actually, any strong candidate was disallowed from running. You remember the story of Diana Rwigara and other opposition figures in Rwanda who were denied the right to contest on flimsy reasons. Then you have Uganda, the problems that are going on. We have Mr. Besigye here. He can tell the story 2001 to now. The struggle he has been going through with the democratization process in Uganda, and now he has passed the baton to others in his party and other opposition as well. And South Sudan, unspeakable at all. Everybody understands what's going on there. So the only hope that we see in the region is Kenya. And we hope that with the initiatives that are going on with the BBI and the likes, perhaps Kenya will continue to be more democratic so that at least we can breathe, because our neighbor is faring better than us. But for Tanzania, I know that a lot of our friends in Uganda, in Rwanda, in Burundi, in Kenya, so used to see Tanzania as an exemplary, used to see Tanzania and try to be like us. I think Tanzania is going south, really going south. With now CCM has 97% majority in parliament, super majority. President Magufuli can do whatever he wants to do, and that happened post election. A number, as I explained during the introduction, a number of people have been killed. A lot of the members of the opposition are in prisons in different parts of the country. And now we are being threatened by the insurgents in northern Mozambique, which have already started to attack southern Tanzania. And the south of the country is one very dangerous area because of the lack of political participation, because this is the area where the opposition has been very strong. The party is the largest, but it was denied no seat for MP due to the election rigging that took place in Tanzania. So as far as the tribal things are concerned, we are lucky that the president, founding father of the country, built a country with more nationalistic thinking, and tribal or religious tensions are really low and manageable. So that's why, for
Thank
example,
you very
I'm
much.
a leader of the party. Yeah, I'm the leader of the party from Kigoma, but with the most following from the south, from east, and from Zanzibar. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Zito. Now, for all you three wonderful gentlemen, now I've got a request that I'd like to make. That we are running short of time, but there are some very specific questions I'd like us to deal with. So I'm going to pose those questions and ask you to please take only 3 minutes to answer those questions, and I'll give you all your questions so that as it's being dealt and Abdul Kadir, one thing that I'd like you to probably address yourself to in 3 minutes is how can our parties enhance political participation, especially by women and youth? So what do we need to do? What are the structures so that women and youth can be more involved in political activities and open up the political space? So you will answer that in minutes, me, Dr. Besige. We have just heard what we've said about ideology and ideologues, and I'd like us to I'd like you to just in 3 minutes, just tell us what is it that we can do about the mushrooming of parties if we can focus on ideologies. Do we have ideologues, or is it the absence of that that leads to this particular problem? Can we actually have ideology politics, as has been suggested by our brother who has just spoken? And finally, the last 3 minutes before we wrap up, I'd just like to ask. I'd just like to ask Zito once again. In this time and age when we are very keen on forming, is maintain fidelity to the ideological leanings that they have, because we form coalitions so that we can win power. So how can we maintain fidelity? Okay, I will start. 3 minutes. Please time yourself, Honorable Abdikadir, and then Honorable Kiza Besige, and then Zito. Please, 3 minutes, beginning now.
Thank you very
Abdikadir.
much, Obe, for that. Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. How do we enhance political participation of the youth and women? Let me say on the onset that indeed, yes, women and youth have been left out in most times of in the roles of political parties, largely because of two reasons. Number one, the very aggressive and competitive nature of politics within political parties makes it very difficult for women and youth to participate. Sometimes getting too tough, too violent occasionally. Secondly, resource. Most times in our political parties in Africa, unfortunately, those who dominate in those political parties are people who are resourceful or have the resource. Unfortunately, Africa, resource is not with the youth, is not with the women. Unfortunately, studies have also shown that. So for that reason, I agree that women and youth have been left behind a lot in terms of participation in political parties. What is being done? Affirmative action, like the constitutional changes that we are now bringing and the many laws we are changing. Many of them are creating affirmative action for women, for roles of women and youth within political parties and in the mainstream politics in Kenya. Secondly, what can be done is transparency within political parties, the nomination process, the resource mobilization process, and the usage of resource. Unlike Uganda, Kenya political parties are funded by the state. There's a percentage of the national revenue which is shared by the political parties. So how transparent do we use those resources? How do we use those resources to enable those men, women, and youth to be able to participate in that? And finally, peaceful election, peaceful processes. Because as long as there is no peace, it's difficult for women and youth to be able to participate. These two lots are very vulnerable. The youth, largely because of their inexperience or lack of exposure, or mainly they become the first line front on the. They're the ones who get killed. They're the ones who get hit, and all this. And for that reason, many of the reasonable youth who will want to be in politics are staying away. Similarly, women are not known to be participating very much in violence. So if political parties can manage violence issues and things like that, either through the moving constitutional changes or enriching political parties act, so that there's fair participation of these two constituents, I think there will be fair representation of youth and women in political parties.
Yeah, on the Ugandan side, this question of ideologues is not one in which we are in short supply of. There we have academicians, we have people that have been espousing, all kinds of articulations on political ideologies and advocating for them. But they are totally detached from the population, because the population is actually not participatory in the political processes that go on. They are aliens. They are not engaged at all. They are not even aware of what our constitution is, of what their rights are. So I think the starting point in terms of building uh, political institutions that are relevant to the people, we must start at the bottom. We must get the awareness and of the population to really be lifted up through engagement. That's where political actors, from whatever description, whether they are political party actors, whether they are civil society actors, I think we have to engage in civic education and civic mobilization so that we have active citizens, citizens who know what their rights are and who are willing and able to assert their rights and demand things to change in their favor. Uh, then to equip the people with organizational tools that can start causing them to articulate group interests, and it's those group interests then that would merge into political formations that aggregate those interests into a coherent ideological trend. But imposing ideological positions that maybe are transferred from somewhere else and try to articulate them and make them the basis of organization of people that are not connecting with what you are saying, I think is the wrong approach, and that's where our political work really is focused on grassroots uh, incorporation into the political processes
Thank
through
you.
information and civic awareness.
The fidelity question with the coalitions and everything, it is, the issue of ideology is what? Ideology is about principles. It's about the values. You don't just say I'm a socialist or I'm a center right or center, a liberal, conservative, whatever. It's about what is in it, what is the content, what is conservatism, what is socialism, what is being liberal, and the like. So the values are very, very important. And you might find out that in most of the ideological orientation, you have the same values, like democracy. If there is an ideology that is against democracy, then what's the purpose of it? So I'm very sure that it is possible to maintain these principles, even in the formations and the coalitions and the like, as long as the values are well identified and articulated. And this is the most important thing. For me, ideology is just a name. What is the content of it? What is the value? And these are the things that when you go to the grassroots, as Mr. Besige is saying, you find people talking about the same thing. People like to see their lives being changing in a positive way. Their personal development, their community development, their country's development, and their freedom, the fundamental freedom, the ability to speak, to associate, to write, to ask questions and the likes. And I think all these issues or the values, once the values are defined, once the values are identified, it is possible to maintain the fidelity. I have finished.
Seems we were logged off.
Maybe our moderator is not is the one locked off. He seems not to be hearing us.
I hear. Is everything?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Besije. Thank you very much, Honorable Abdikadir, and thank you very much, Zitos Berry. It's been a wonderful discussion, and for those who are following us, please keep the discussion going. Thank you very much, and have a good rest of the afternoon. And thank you very much for being part of this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Great
you, everyone.
pleasure. Thank
Good afternoon and welcome to this session, Divide and Rule, where we're going to be talking about the instrumentalization of identity politics and continue our discussion that we've been having all day on COVID-19, linking COVID-19, democracy, and what is going on in East Africa. It is such a pleasure to be joined by three amazing panelists. Joyce Nyairo, who is an independent researcher. Welcome, Joyce. Abubakar Zain, a cultural worker. Welcome, Abubakar. And Abdullahi Boru,
Thank you.
who is a of Africa policy analyst. Today, as we continue with the conversation, since we only have a very short time, we will not be taking questions from the panelists. But I do encourage you to share your thoughts and continue the conversation on social media. If you go to the Kofi An An Foundation, please tag us, and you will be able to find all the hashtags that we are using over there. Also, please, we have a survey poll, and it will be just great to hear from you as we continue with the conversation so that we can know how this session has been able to merge with your own thoughts. I'm going to go straight and just dive straight right into the conversation that we have today. As we know, identity politics is a really, really big topic. But basically, what we are interested in doing today is just to think about how politics founded in the shared realities and experiences of a particular social community that is associated with a particular identity is used, is instrumentalized, especially in relation to the conference theme, which is democracy in East Africa, and particularly at this moment in what we might describe as the COVID-19 season. We could talk about what's happening today, and there, I'm sure, a lot of things that we want to say towards that. But also, we could also think about how this might influence us in the future. Well, without much ado, let me turn to our panelists, and I'm going to just invite you. Perhaps if you could just off by sharing your very first preliminary thoughts when you saw this theme, divide and rule. And then you started to think about instrumentalization, identity politics, East Africa, democracy. What was at the forefront of your mind? Dr. Joyce Nyairo, may I start with you, please?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, when I saw this title against the word COVID-19, I asked myself whether COVID-19 has itself become an identity, one of the ones that is being instrumentalized. And I asked myself how many countries have been shut down with regard to COVID-19, because COVID-19 is the only thing that we can pay attention to or that we are hearing. And we've seen how the political game has been played so that COVID-19 itself becomes an instrument of control. And that's really frightening, without belittling the pandemic, without turning a blind eye to the suffering of those who are ill and those who are looking after them and the risks that they bear. Has COVID-19 itself shrunk the space for democratic expression and existence?
That's a powerful thought because, as you say, we don't think or do anything else without putting those words. And even the question of democracy and COVID-19 in itself puts us in a particular space. Abdullahi Boru, would you like to pick this up?
Yeah, sure. I think for me, a lot of the time when I think about identity and politics in the region, one that comes to mind is the youth, where they are always cast either as a dividend or they are seen as a ticking time bomb. And just to expand on what Dr. Joyce has said, where now the youth, because they are the most active one, and the police and security agencies see them as a threat, and how COVID-19 has closed some of the spaces and opportunities for the youth, but also how now, not all of them obviously, but they have found another expression in space that is not necessarily online, that is not necessarily offline, but online. But then again, the limitation that presents, this is what sprang to mind when this panel was constituted and I received the invite.
Okay. So already you're thinking about a particular identity, and you were speaking, and I was thinking about how that could apply to women, that could apply to actually a whole range of different identities, both the identities that we carry within us, but also identities that people impose on us. Abubakar Zain, what were your thoughts when you first saw this title?
When I saw this, I think the one thing that came to mind was the legacy of colonialism, and this legacy of colonialism in terms of saying our countries were artificially created, and part of that artificial creation also leveraged creating social constructs of identities, some leveraging old ones, some creating new ones. We know that the trajectory that the previous of using social contexts to control people, to exploit people, and to keep them in check is something that we inherited. But our nations also continue with that trajectory. So every time there's a new phenomena, our leaders are looking for ways of saying, how can we use this new phenomena to continue with the trajectory of justification of putting in place social mechanisms that control people. So to me, the divide and rule dichotomy is about control.
Mm-hmm. So if I take those thoughts and I bring them in relation to democracy, we know that East Africa, this is a season that is, especially a very active season with regard to democracy. Tanzania has just had an election. Uganda is preparing for an election. And in Kenya, we are always in election mode anyway, and we are always engaging on this issue of what's going on. And especially when we think about the possibility of a referendum and whether we're going to go into a form of voting and all that is happening, how do I think about this in relation to the questions of identity and the questions of how identity is particularly being deployed? Abdullahi, I'm thinking of what you just said about youth, and often youth are at the forefront of election, anything to do with election, whether it is in terms of mobilizing people, whether it is in terms of making sure certain people are not able to be in the rallies or to be in particular space. So let me start with you because you picked up on the question of youth, and then I'll hear also from what Joyce and Abubakar have to say.
I think the question around the youth is very interesting because a lot of the time it's one demographic that is really at the forefront in terms of being mobilized and be appealed to. For instance, if you look at, Yoweri Museveni, he does push-ups, right? I mean, like he's releasing his rap songs around that appeals to this audience. If you look at, in the case of Kenya, William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta, they branded themselves as, the dynamic duo, There is something that is associated with active, very progressive, or somebody that is hashtag cool. But in reality, when you see that as a marketing tool rather than as a policy tool, it then becomes something that is just there for the taking. So even some of the youthful members of parliament or politicians or leaders or cabinet secretaries that have been appointed, once they get into power, the idea that the youth, the dynamism is completely subsumed in the daily realities of governing that doesn't appeal to the youth or to their needs. You have, kazi kwa vijana, at least in Kenya, where it's essentially, something that doesn't pass the test of being kazi kwa vijana per se. So for me, youth
when they mobilize youth to do work projects.
Yes.
Go ahead. Kazi kwa vijana is when they mobilize youth to do work projects.
To do projects that are really not that useful. But then again, I have to step back a lot of the time and be careful not to flatten all the experiences of the youth. Is somebody in northern part of Kenya who, for one reason or the other, who has not had an opportunity to go and go to school, is his experience similar to a young fisherman in Mombasa or somebody in other parts of the country? So there is a particularity that goes with being a youth, and then there are generalities. So a lot of the time, all that is lost when we flatten it. But for the Kenyan government or anybody who, not necessarily Kenyan government, for most government, that has been flattened, atomized, and you have brokers that sell youth that the boys are coming to see the president or this current member of parliament or next member of parliament. And now with the penetration of social media platforms, you will see people donning different shirts, identities, and trying to support one line or the other. I think it is very dynamic, but at the same time, once the electioneering period is over, their function is done. They are put in political freezer to be activated again.
Okay, and so you're bringing in two things that I think, many things, but two things I think are particularly interesting. One is the fact that often people are put into only one box. And so your identity is reduced to one thing, and everything to do with the politics of the moment, you're only seen as only being able to think in one particular little box. And then the other one is the way in which we often reduce democracy to elections. And so people are mobilized purely in terms of their votes. I wonder if Joyce or Abubakar, you would want to share some thoughts that help us think through this question of democracy and identity politics. And then we can come to the question of COVID-19, the particular season that we're in.
Mm-hmm. I think if I could jump in, because Dr. Boro put it very well, the issue of voter behavior. I think this should always be of concern to us, not only because, as he puts it, of how easy it is to mobilize young people in a cause for a particular season, but also because the fundamental question we must look at all the time, even as we create spaces for young people to be heard and young people actually to lead, is where do they get their examples from? How easily they become what was there before them should frighten us. Indeed, it is frightening, but that is because there's a vacuum there. And I'll never tire of talking about the value of civic education, because I think that this is really what is not happening. It is about preparation, not imitation. And I think we need to create enough room for both the preparation and as well for good examples for young people to look up to. So I think this for me is the main thing, is how we link this question of voter behavior to what they themselves should become and how we create the processes for them to do that.
So seeing this also as a process of maturing citizens, maturing people in the sense of being able to fully take on all their roles and all their responsibilities. And you're so right. I'm also thinking about that in relation to, as a woman, what often, you're told as a woman, this is what the expectations are, and this is who you should aspire to be or aspire to become. Abubakar Zain, I'm going to ask this in a slightly different way to you, because I know you've been doing a lot of work on elections. I know you've served on a couple of election monitoring observation in the past as well as in the present. And I'm wondering how this question of identity politics perhaps has shifted or is continuing to shift, especially when you think about a time when you have so many of the limitations that we have in a season such as the one that we're in.
Yeah, so I think one of the clear pattern you see is that politicians find it much easier to deal with questions of divisions of we and them, dividing people on very basic emotions, and leveraging nuances of perceptions, and activating their base based on those nuances. I'll give you an example of what you raised in terms of the elections in the region. You will see, and like the previous speakers have said, you will see that it is easy to exploit the youth, partly because of the high levels of poverty in our region, but the levels of inequality. So many of the people who are outside the state functions would use the issue of inequality and that we are being discriminated upon, and that's a reality. So the questions of saying leveraging emotions and working on hate, for example, or working on the perceptions that we have been excluded, and now it's our turn to have a chance. And then if you look at this within the context of the winner-take-all systems that we have in our region, then it becomes, the stakes are raised very high. And when the stakes are very high, of course, the emotions also go high. And in the end, those in power in our region exploit these differences and label those who are trying to challenge their rule as people who are spoilers, people who want to disturb peace and security, and then use authoritarian tactics to unleash violence, which then tames and directs their actions towards a particular outcome. So elections and violence in our region go hand in hand, and like Dr. Boru said, the issue of the youth using their energy and availability to be part of that, and then connecting it to what Dr. Nairo said, that because there is lack of orientation to civic understanding of duties and responsibilities and rights, then it becomes very difficult for the youth to have a free will in the participation of elections.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start to think about this present moment. But before we go there, I see a question from the audience, and this one I do want to bring, even though I said we wouldn't be taking questions. When we think of East Africa, would we say that Tanzania has been much more successful in creating a national identity that subsumes all these other identities? And if so, why is it unique? Why, the question is, why was Nyerere's strategy of creating a common national identity as independence not followed through by other countries? Any one of you who has some thoughts on that? I'll probably take only one or two responses and then move on to the season.
But my personal thoughts are as follows. One, I think, given the context of the struggle for independence in Tanzania, they were using Kiswahili a lot more than the other countries in the struggle. Kiswahili was used as an instrument of uniting all those who are involved in the struggle against colonialism. But immediately after independence, Mwalimu Nyerere demobilized ethnic organizing. And actually, the government of Tanzania banned chieftains and demobilized. But the third element was, of course, an ideological organizing based on ujamaa and using of politics based on ideology. I must add, unfortunately, this is changing now. They are now copying us instead of continuing with that ideological leaning. They are now copying us, and they are leaving their legacy behind. You recall that it is only Tanzania still that has an experiment of a union in the continent. All the other unions in the continent disintegrated. It's only Tanzania, meaning Tanganyika and Zanzibar. They have their challenges. They have their pushbacks, but that's the only union that we know. So it's unfortunate that they're moving towards now the politics of things instead of the politics of Utu or the philosophy of the dignity of every human being.
And so then I think that's a perfect way to then talk about then this present moment. What is it that it enables? What is it that we have to be worried about? What is it that this season, and I'm thinking beyond the fact, as Joyce pointed out, that COVID-19 has been so central in terms of changing the way we think about so many things, but it also enables certain things and it also limits certain things. So what are our opportunities? What are our possibilities? What are the things we need to fear? Dr. Boru, may I start with you?
Yeah, I think one of the things that has been very clear, at least with COVID, at least from where I sit, nobody is safe. You know, I saw yesterday the former director of medical services, Dr. Nikal, crying how they felt very desperate as members of parliament. I think this is just the centrality of public health in what we do. We can have, we can disagree, agree that because you have got, public health insurance through your employee, you can go and attend, public hospitals. But the reality is we cannot run away from how public and central public health is. And public health, again, it goes beyond just the clinical part of it. It involves so many other things that are linked, and there is no way you can separate this from politics. We can have our debates on whether this is done at the national level, on whether this can be done at the sub-national level. The reality is the centrality of public health in everything that we do, and nobody is safe. I think that is one thing that I will take away from COVID, because even with all the money that they have, the wealthy and well-to-do cannot travel. The second one that I would want to add, and I don't want to take much of the time, is the role of, control. State agencies, particularly the police, have been central to how people are controlled. So there are people who are controlled, there are people who are not controlled. And then again, it all comes to politics, and then it leads to, election and governance. I would want to vacate the floor for my other colleagues.
Thank you very much. So there's a kind of leveling that happens that makes us think beyond the divides into a place where we are all united. And some of that is also about being in that place, is also about being oppressed. And that leads then to this bigger question of democracy outside elections. Dr. Nyairo, what might your thoughts be to add on to that?
Yeah, I think at the moment, in as much as our humanity has collectively been called into question, because this has been the most important thing, that everybody is vulnerable. But without doubt, I think COVID-19 has also showed up a lot of the inequalities, because you cannot argue that everybody is affected in the same way. That is not true. And so what has happened is that societies have been shown up for their failures. Those who we forget at the level of government, those that governments forget, I think it has been a moment for us to think about providing better. And sadly, this is not happening. I mean, you've had ridiculous things like members of parliament in Kenya asking for a helicopter on standby to take them to a well-equipped hospital should they fall ill. So we're not learning the lessons. And this is really, really frightening. Instead of using this moment for the way in which it has magnified difference, the way in which it has shown up weak healthcare systems, weak social infrastructure, weak safety nets. Instead of seeing that, people are still only seeing, rather, those who make the decisions that are most important at this point are still only seeing how their privilege can be entrenched. And that's a really frightening thing. We really have to think about how, because the political class, I don't think will ever hear us. So maybe we leave them alone as one peculiar identity that can't be cured. And we come really to think about the electorate as a place where there is hope, to see one another, to listen to one another, and to begin to understand identity as intersectionality, not as peculiar difference, but actually to try and see those areas that come together and that must be seen in confluence, and to understand that identity is fluid. I think it always bothers me that we don't talk about the fluidity of identity enough and about the multiplicity of it. So personally, I have given up on the political class learning the lessons, whether you're talking about Kenya or you're talking about Uganda or Tanzania. We've seen the growing dictatorship in Tanzania and in Uganda. Forget about the political class. We have to work on the electorate as the people that can make the difference and that can begin to shape a set of views. That's really how I feel and think.
Intersectionality, multiplicity of identities, that's powerful. Abubakar Zain, Mr. Zain, please. What are your thoughts? Some of the threats, some of the opportunities.
Two things. The first one is how do we reverse the shrinking democratic space that was further shrunk by the responses, the security responses of our nations in East Africa. And they have clawed back on many of the civil liberties that we have enjoyed or fought for a long time. So how do we reverse those excesses? But the second one, I think, is just to emphasize come out of this discussion from Dr. Nyero, from Dr. Boro, in terms of the ingenuity of our people. We talk a lot more about our differences, as Dr. Nyero is saying, or the social constructs of political class on exploitation of identity. But COVID-19 has taught us that many a time communities came together in the absence of God to find solutions for themselves. And the kind of solidarity that has been built in neighborhoods that have not had services, they're being told to wash their hands, but there's no water, has been amazing. So one of the strengths, I think, we need to be able to examine the kind of responses, community responses, outside government, in terms of building solidarity among themselves and working together to find simple solutions for themselves.
Thank you. I know we've talked a lot about what communities can do, and that's really powerful. And I think that has to be the driver. And maybe we don't have as much hope for the political actors. But if we could give one policy recommendation or two policy short recommendations for policy actors, things that could be done in this moment that would change the way we think about democracy, the way we practice democracy in East Africa. What are some of those things? What is it that you might want us to go away with, to carry away with as we close this session? Dr. Nyairu?
Yes, every public officer must use public institutions for themselves, for their families. You make decisions on these institutions, you must be the user. That is what will transform those hospitals, those schools, all of those public facilities. Therefore, all of us. Let's start with the leaders.
That's powerful. Thank you very, very much. Dr. Boru.
I think strengthening public institutions. I think to me that is one thing that we've taken for granted, even when we know that there are some things that COVID doesn't affect all of us the same way. You know, all of us are dealing with COVID in different ways that we could. But strengthening public institutions, they are not doing anybody a favor when the politicians and leaders and policymakers strengthen these institutions. They are doing themselves a favor. I really like the way Dr. Nyairu said that we've given up on them. At the very minimum, we've given up on you. You can go to a private hospital, but ensure that you can get your helicopter. I'm not saying they should, But if you get that, leave us not, stuff that are not meant for humans. Strengthen public hospitals and public schools. Just to take one final example of Kenya, imagine if they had given the laptops and strengthened the broadband. Some of the problems that we have could be addressed. I'm not saying they would be dealt with completely, because somebody living in interior in Turkana and Garissa or Chandondo in Uganda might not be able to access it. But at the very minimum, they have dealt with that. So strengthen public institutions.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Boru. Mr. Abubakar? Mr. Abubakar?
Yes, I think just to add, I think let's go back to the basics. In health, in education, basically about big infrastructural projects. Let's go back to the very simple basic things and investing in preventive medicine and in providing basic needs for citizens. So the services end of it is also important.
I want to thank all of you for joining us, all the participants. Please remember to answer the poll before you leave. I really, really want to thank our three panelists, Mr. Abubakar Zain, who is a cultural expert, a cultural practitioner, Dr. Abdullahi Boru, who is a Horn of Africa policy analyst, and Dr. Joyce Nyairu, who is an independent researcher. Your thoughts have been powerful. We need to think intersectionality. We need to think the multiplicity of identities. We need to move beyond the boxes that we are put in. We need to make sure that public servants use public institutions, and that would be a foundation to strengthening those public institutions. And then we all need to work together to make sure that this moment that we are in COVID-19 becomes a springboard to a new future where we see a more vibrant democracy in East Africa. Thank you very, very much once again for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At Facebook, we have a responsibility to help protect elections because we believe our app should be safe for you to connect and share. Since 2016, we've tripled the number of people working on safety and security to over 35,000. We focus on three main areas to help protect elections: preventing interference, fighting misinformation, and increasing transparency. In 2019 alone, we removed over 50 networks engaged in coordinated inauthentic behavior. And we are working closely with other technology companies and law enforcement to stay ahead of new threats. Every day, we remove millions of fake accounts before they're on our platforms. In 2019, we removed 6.5 billion fake accounts. 99% of those we found proactively. To prevent misinformation from spreading, we've got more than 60 fact-checking partners working in 50 languages debunking false claims, and we label them as such to reduce their spread. We take down content that interferes with voting, and we connect you with official election information. Facebook has an industry-leading level of transparency for political ads and pages, so you can see who's trying to sway votes. Every political and issue ad that runs on Facebook and Instagram is stored in a public, searchable ad library. And with one switch, you can choose to see fewer political ads. We are doing all this and more to prevent interference and help protect elections. At Facebook, we have a responsibility to help protect elections because we believe our app should be safe for you to connect and share. Since 2016, we've tripled the number of people working on safety and security to over 35,000. We focus on three main areas to help protect elections: preventing interference, fighting misinformation, and increasing transparency. In 2019 alone, we removed over 50 networks engaged in coordinated inauthentic behavior. And we are working closely with other technology companies and law enforcement to stay ahead of new threats. Every day, we remove millions of fake accounts before they're on our platforms. In 2019, we removed 6.5 billion fake accounts. 99% of those we found proactively. To prevent misinformation from spreading, we've got more than 60 fact-checking partners working in 50 languages debunking false claims, and we label them as such to reduce their spread. We take down content that interferes with voting, and we connect you with official election information. Facebook has an industry-leading level of transparency for political ads and pages, so you can see who's trying to sway votes. Every political and issue ad that runs on Facebook and Instagram is stored in a public, searchable ad library. And with one switch, you can choose to see fewer political ads. We are doing all this and more to prevent interference and help protect elections.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last event of day one of the COVID and Democracy in East Africa Conference. The topic for this panel is anti-social media. Have the internet and social media channels become a threat to democracy? Would love it if you could comment on this and on your social media platforms. The hashtags are democracy in East Africa, elections and democracy, and electoral integrity. And to remind you, please do answer the poll. And if you can, would love it if you could follow the Kofi An An Foundation on Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn, and tag us on your post. We will get immediately into your very wonderful panel. We have three panelists right now. One of them is on the way, he'll be joining us. But with us is the one and only Ori Okolo. Ori Okolo is in Nairobi right now. She was managing director of a media network and Luminate Group in Africa and did wonderful job supporting, the media. She is now in private practice. And most importantly, she was commissioner on the Kofi An An Commission on Elections and Democracy in the Digital Age. Welcome, Ori. We have Equia Jetchi. She is the regional program manager for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Elections at Facebook, and Equia is coming to us from London. We'll be joined by Maxence Melo, who is a digital rights advocate and executive director of Jamii Forums in Tanzania. So we have specific questions for each of you, and hopefully we can go through them rather quickly. And Ori, you're on the spot first. And if you could speak to us briefly about the work that you did on on the Commission on Elections and Democracy in the Digital Age. As a commissioner and from an Africa context, what are the three standout findings for you that during this work.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I don't know what happened there. So thanks, Charles, for the introduction. I'll start off by saying one of the key findings, some of the issues are not just relevant to Africa, but globally, as we're increasingly seeing, are polarization on the increase, decline in trust on the increase, spread of disinformation on the increase, but not because of social media. The finding is that it's amplifying existing tensions, maybe making them spread faster, maybe limiting the room for discourse that would have happened across parties who are disagreeing. But it was not the cause, or is not the cause. Some of these are just existing tensions being brought about by many other things, whether it's globalization, struggling economies, and so on. Second, I think a key finding, a key area of focus then for us as a commission was the realization that the global, I don't like the term, but it is what it is, the global south is increasingly the canary in the gold mine, so to speak. So a lot of the issues that happened around the US election were present in many countries. So Myanmar, Kenya, actually in both our elections in starting with the 2013 one, in Ukraine, we've seen it in Central African Republic, where we're normally the test case for the use of social media and technology to interfere with elections. And I think it's only when it hit the US and Europe with Brexit that there was now, oh my God, what are we going to do about it? And that has been a bit frustrating for those of us who have been advocating on these issues for a number of years, that it only when it landed in the global north did you see concrete action. And if you look at the US election recently, where everyone really came together to limit the impact of technology as far as electoral interference, and some of these features we had been asking for a long time. So that disconnect where issues are not taken seriously until they manifest in the north. I think finally, a key finding was that it will only get more complicated. And this is not just a case of pointing fingers at the tech platform. So for instance, again, the US is a great example. The realization that you actually need a proper electoral commission, you need an engaged citizenship, you need people observing the elections, you need a discussion about electoral management and the role of traditional media as far as amplifying some of these existing tensions, and how can they shift their reporting to take cognizance of these growing challenges around electoral integrity is going to be more important. So I think those are the three key findings on my side.
Thanks, Max, for joining us. We are glad to have you. And Equia, just to follow up on what Ori has just said, that really, if you look at it, it is you have, if you can call them bad actors, who then come to a platform, and that is the dangerous dynamic that we are dealing with. But are there, if you can kind of park that, are there some platform specific issues that you see from inside? Because there has been this view that the very structure of social media is based on engagement and a certain level of sometimes of conflict, and that is rewarded in terms of driving engagement. what from that point of view do you see as specific to the platforms?
Thank you, Charles. It's a great question. I think one has to take a step back and think about the fact that how the platforms, the reason why they were originally designed was for family and friends to connect. I think then what happened, an unprecedented number of people came online and with their political energy started to engage, and there were a few unforeseen consequences because we've never had anything happen like that before. But I do think that quite a bit of progress has been made since 2016. That being said, there's of course no magic silver bullet that will fix all the relevant issues. But what I've seen since the over 5 years that I've been working at Facebook has been a recognition of sort of not enough attention having been paid towards some of the issues that my colleague Ori mentioned. That being said, Facebook is now channeling an unprecedented number of resources, be that for technology, but also just hiring experts in safety, social media, cybersecurity, and the like to think about every single election. My job didn't exist a couple of years ago, right? Somebody dedicated just to coordinate all of the relevant teams across the company, focusing on every single election in Sub-Saharan Africa, working with everyone from policy to comms to threat analysis, market specialists, they'll speak languages, to make sure that way before an election, we identify the key risks and then figure out how to best mitigate them. And I think the key part of the work also to be recognized is that it's not us alone who do any of that work, right? So fake news obviously is something a lot of people think about. You even mentioned foreign interference. I think tackling these definitely always take a collaborative approach. And so from fake news, we at Facebook can do a lot, and we've been doing a lot, taking down fake accounts, over 1.5 billion globally, running media literacy campaigns and the like. But I think that in the end, we have to work with our partners in civil society. We have to work with our partners in the government to make sure that the sort of positive trend and realizing that every election needs to get the sort of level of support of mitigating any related specific risks to these elections takes place. And I think that if you sort of look at the data and you look at transparency related information that we've been sharing, you will see that not the US election is mentioned, but I literally just published a piece on our newsroom site just 2 weeks ago about how we're supporting elections across Africa. So there's no sort of crazy story I can share with you from sort of inside Facebook, other than to tell you that I work with a lot of people who deeply care about elections across the continent and in East Africa specifically, seeing that we have a lot of big elections who recently happened, as well as will continue to happen, and lessons learned from every single election. So I regularly talk to my colleagues in the US, Myanmar, and Europe, to sort of see, do we have similar risks? How did you mitigate them? Did anything unforeseen happen? How did you tackle it? How can we do better the next time around?
Wonderful. Max, you are the ultimate digital warrior, huh? And can you speak to us on the experience of Yami Forum, because we kind of tend to see that at least in the context of of Tanzania today, if you look at other parts, just 2 years back in Ethiopia and places like that, in many ways, the only space that there was for diverse democratic engagement was really the internet or social media. So now, if indeed that we live in times where you are in situations where most times that is the only platform for democratic expression that you have, are the excesses that Queer has spoken about, that Ori has pointed to, are those a necessary evil? Max?
Looks like we might have lost him.
I think as we wait for Max, I think we can get back to you, Ori. We'll get to Max when he comes back. Keeping on this argument of polarization and the threat that it poses, to democracy, and it's kind of related to the question which I was raising with Max. There is the concern that actually there is an anti-democratic element to it. That a lot of this criticism, we are getting into a place where we will actually have a monolithic internet space or social media space, and that it's those views tend to be very centrist or left, and that we are missing out on these views on the extremes, which do inform a lot of political behavior. Do you see inbuilt in this concern about an anti-social media a certain anti-democratic element?
So yes, I think it is important to preserve space for debate, and actually the bigger risk that I see is also around echo chambers. So the extreme debates could be happening, but it's with no moderation, and increasingly there are very few spaces where you could throw out an opinion and then maybe they could. The cancel culture, what they now call it, or does everyone have to be super woke, or if you have a different opinion on any particular issue, do you just find and be in a community that reinforces that? So I think there are two challenges. One, how do you moderate without muzzling debate, and how do you deal with the growing sense of echo chambers where we are only surrounded by people, at least online, who think like us, who share the same views and so on. But I think, Charles, where I sit on this is that I think it's fine to debate around line drawing exercises, right? So what is censorship? What is hate speech? Where do you verge on muzzling space? But not the fact that there should be no rules. So it's a matter of where you draw the lines and where you moderate and engage on that. But I think that if you look at the damage that's being caused, this free, let all flowers bloom kind of approach, and battle of ideas and so on, we're behind that. And I think a great analogy is it's like we're too far gone, and the harms now are real harms, right? There are people getting killed, people getting targeted, and so on. So there's some form of rules. I think about cigarette smoking. I was watching an old BAT video on Sportsman. I don't know if you remember that, Charles. And people were smoking all over stadiums, offices. And I was like, wow, this seems like 100 years ago. And that, we tolerate smoking at some point because we're like, look, if you want to kill yourself, go ahead, do what you want. It's your lungs. We don't care. But when we realize actually that society is also being impacted more broadly through secondhand smoking, there was then a push to sort of regulate the side effects. And I think that's the stage where with social media, where it's no longer about individual expression and battle of ideas and so on, but also thinking about the harms that come about if there's not some form of regulation.
Thanks, Max. Are you able to? Are you with us, Max, or we've lost you again? Max, you can hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm sorry for I had to disconnect, and I think I'm back now.
Oh, okay. So Max speaks to us on this whole thing of if you have increasingly restricted democratic space, how important is the digital space? The kind of thing that Jam Forum does, and what is your view? What is the picture you see in East Africa, and what is
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Oh.
Yes.
So I didn't hear the question right, because I think we have an issue with our internet. I don't know what Magufuli is doing right here, but it's crazy because I have two different internet service providers, and it's crazy. So
I took the precaution. I sent you notes, so you should be
yeah.
okay. Just speak
Okay,
to
fine.
them.
Let me go through the notes. Okay, based
The first one, yeah.
Yes, I believe you happen to know what is happening in Tanzania, especially during the election last year. This month. Criminalization of the cyberspace, and at the moment, Twitter is still restricted in Tanzania. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are breaking, but we can make out.
Hello.
We can make you out. Yeah.
But you can hear me.
Yes, it's an even.
I do not know what is happening.
Sorry, Max. We'll come back to you.
Okay.
Akuya, let's speak on the issue which Ori has touched on, and the report actually does make a request for social media company to share data. I am curious, when this argument is made of the threats to to democracy that we have seen all over the world in parts of Africa, that is posed by disinformation, folks and all kind of malign characters on social media. One has to wonder, what is actually the evidence for this? Because internally you must have the data. And can you give us an African example? We had Nigeria. This issue was a big, thing at the last election. We have had Kenya. Is there actually any data that shows that there is a risk here? And what does that data look like?
When you're asking about data, I just wanted to better understand the question. Is the question that whether we have data that shows us social media is good or social media is bad for democracy?
No. That it's having either positive or negative impact on democracy. What is the evidence?
Yeah, I think it's difficult to find evidence that applies globally, right? Because I think every country is different in ways they engage with social media. I do think that one has to think about the good aspects of social media as well as the bad aspects, of course, because what is social media? It's basically a representation of what happens in the real world. And so I think that from a good perspective, you have to think about the fact that it democratizes the space, right? We know that there are a lot more people who are now being heard that previously were silenced. You have more diverse voices who are making their problems known, who are finding ways to hold their government accountable, and previously voices that were not able to participate in the debate. To give you a local example, and to be honest, it's one of my favorite examples. I don't know if you remember when former President Obama traveled to Kenya, and one of the traditional media outlets referred to Kenya as a hotbed of terrorism. And the Kenyans very vocally went to their online spaces and very much told them that Kenya is not a hotbed of terrorism and that they defy such sort of stereotypical depiction of their country. So Kenyans were using social media to speak truth to power, so much so that this traditional media outlet had to publicly apologize right before the trip. So I think social media has been used to hold people accountable, hold people in power accountable, lead towards social change at times, even has helped people to actually be more knowledgeable about how to get involved in an election, what causes to support, how to get involved in the run up to an election. But at the same time, we're not blind to some of the issues that also result, right? Is it misinformation, foreign interference, hate speech, some of the ones my colleague has mentioned. But I also must say that we're not sitting on our hands and saying, well, so bad, so sad, we can't do nothing about it. So my country, Ghana, has an election on December 7th. We just had a conversation with election monitoring bodies, civil society organizations in Ghana, to make sure that they can escalate things to us directly when they see them from their incident desks. We also want to make sure that they have all of the resources that we have internally about media literacy, for example, which we've translated into local languages and sharing on traditional media, such as radio, with people, right? We're not expecting people only to be online. And I think that these are efforts that are happening around the year. So the funny thing is, for me, in Ghana, I have now aunties WhatsApping me and asking me, "Oh, Akuya, you work at Facebook. Is this story really true?" Because I over and over reiterated with them, you should ask yourself a few questions before you share this information with your friends, with your church members. How does it make you feel? Are there any facts missing? What else might be included that maybe it's not really so 100% accurate? And I kind of feel like if my aunties in Ghana can do this, I have hope for the rest of sub-Saharan Africa as well. Because that is really, I think, the job of my company, to make people a bit more discerning when they engage with media. And we can do our part with sharing that information, but part of the reason I'm here is because I do think that we need to figure out ways on how we can collaborate better in that regard.
Marx, I think Magufuli has not made life easier for Marx yet, so I think we'll come to you, Ori. Ori, if Kenya in 2017 was seen as basically a classic example of what can go wrong, and how digital tools, the social media, can actually very fundamentally undermine a democratic process. What are the learnings? What is your sense of the threats that we saw there, and what we should think about going into the future?
Yes, so I think a number of things, and I'll try and tie them into some of the findings of the report as well. One is, we've known it, but it really came into play with the last election, that the undermining of democracy is starting way before the actual election day, so almost a year. Now you can, I think, if I'm looking at where we're headed in 2022, the activity online is already starting, whether it's in terms of bots, whether it's in terms of shaping the conversations, and so on. And so I think extending the period of looking at when elections are vulnerable from at least a year and a half in advance, because the activity builds up and there's an opportunity to really intervene where necessary. I think particularly I'm still concerned, and we've raised this several times, on the role of bots and coordinated action. So that's one. Second, we've talked about something that's called an electoral vulnerability index, where we're proposing that, looking at a range of actors in terms of interventions, right? And so not just, again, the day off. We've moved away from the stuffing of ballots and the rigging and all of that very unsophisticated area of focus. And it's a lot more sophisticated now. If you look at, for instance, how they painted Raila through Cambridge Analytica over a year and a half of demonizing him. And which means the supporters, then when it came time for when the violence emerged, there was very little sympathy from the pro-government voters, because they thought this was a guy who was gonna blow up Kenya anyway. He's a cool, and there was a relentless, everywhere you went, online, Instagram, WhatsApp, Twitter, YouTube, they kept running this Real Raila ad over and over again, and the chaos that he'll bring. So that all these elements that now go into what a free and fair election is, beyond the fact that could you go out on the day and vote. Now, that being said, if you look at Uganda and Tanzania, they're almost taking us back to the basics of, can you even campaign, right? So I don't want to sort of mitigate. There's some countries that are still also just in the very basic fundamental challenges, but in countries like Kenya, you're seeing a much more sophisticated set of actors coming together to manipulate not just the election day, but the environment in which the election is held. I think third, for me, I always ask, why do they shut down the internet if they're not that scared? So even with all the instruments of power, there is a role that social media can play in terms of accountability. And I think NSAS is a great example where, to the extent that you're not able to get your stories out through mainstream media, there is a documentation of what is going on. And I think that was really critical around the Kenyan election. Particularly, our problems always come in counting. And I think if it wasn't the role of social media asking the right questions during the counting process, the challenge that we had at the Supreme Court would not even have happened. I think for me, finally, sadly, again, if you look at not just social media, but the role of tech, I am still stunned by the fact that they murdered the head of IT at the Electoral Commission. It tells you everything you need to know about systems and manipulation and where tech fits into all this, and what I call the election industrial complex, where there's so many actors, not just social media, but the vendors on the ballot box, on the tech and so on, who just really care about delivering the right results, and not about the integrity of the process.
Thanks, Ori. Mark says, "Do we have better luck? Can you hear us? Let's see if we can hear you."
Hello, Chaz.
Yes. Okay. Now we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Can you hear
Short
us?
the question. I can hear you, Chaz.
Okay. Give it a shot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you come with a question, please?
You know, the initial question, just the Tanzanian environment and the place of Jamii forums and what that tells us about this whole space of this whole issue of democracy in a context where perhaps the only place where you get that kind of diversity and dynamic is on the internet.
First, sorry for what happened. It's not something that we are used to, but we are getting used to this. And I would love to speak about the Tanzanian context at large and this new trend that we are going through, I may say, after election 2020. There is a lot of restriction on the use of internet. There's a slowdown on the internet speed. And as we speak, Twitter is still restricted in Tanzania. Even Jamii Forums, my platform, was blocked during elections. So the internet or social media remains the only way that people can vent out. And there is a growth in terms of number of users, internet users in Tanzania. We have at least 30 million internet users in Tanzania. And there is a lot of laws which restrict media freedom in Tanzania. There is a lot of laws which restrict civil societies in the country. So people do find that the only avenue where they can vent out is only through social media platforms and the social platforms like Jamii Forums. But you can find mainstream media having stories that they feel they can't publish. The only way they can publish stories through our platform. But as you probably do know that I had criminal cases for the past 5 years. And I just got a judgment yesterday. It's not that positive when it comes to the cyberspace in Tanzania. So there is still a danger of someone who criticizes the government via social media because authorities, even the court, wants to know who did that. And a lot of people have been arrested in the country for using social media in Tanzania, even though there is a huge kind of push for people who are posting stuff on Facebook, WhatsApp groups, and other social media platforms. A lot of people have been arrested, but people are still critical on social media. So we think that the only avenue left through social media, and we are so happy that this is the only way one can do this to make sure that people get this avenue of exercising their right to freedom.
Thanks, Max. And if we can just do, I think, a final round and just look through to the future. What are the kind of solutions, Ori? If you look, forward, how do we wrestle with this beast? How do we make sure that democracy is not imperiled in our social media channel and these digital universes? And the Kofi An An report on makes this point, but one also does say, who will police these things?
That's a good question. I think it depends on the actors. For now, on social media, the key players, you're certainly seeing more interest from governments, particularly in the US and Europe, and you have to ask those of us in other regions how we're thinking about putting in place measures that make a lot more sense for us. So that one is maybe some policing by government. Two, unfortunately, the space for multilateralism is shrinking, but I think there is still a role perhaps in coming together and working on this vulnerability index where we intervene much earlier and not just on the day. I think third, citizens will continue to play a role in terms of demanding more. In Kenya, we seem to be 10 years into it plus, but I think underlying it, there's a question saying, look, our votes matter and count. And the US perhaps provides some insight into how, when you all get together and realize, oh my God, okay, we're in problems, how do we start to remedy those gaps across different sectors and not just leaving it to tech or to media or to government or to citizens? I think there's a role for everyone. And finally, Charles, and this is not an easy answer, but there is a broader question on whether our electoral systems are fit for purpose. They were designed for different times, they were designed for different environments, but is it time to revisit what electoral systems look like in today's day and age? Especially in places like Africa.
Yeah. And talking of Africa, Equia, if you can wear your Facebook hat, not your Ghanaian hat, speak to us specifically from your election program. What are some of the things that you are doing or you think can be done in Africa, just to mitigate some of the risks that we have encountered in recent years?
Sure. I always wear both hats when I come to such panels, but from a Facebook perspective, I very much hear what is being said. I think elections have changed, but so have Facebook. And so I think from taking a step back and exactly looking at potential risks way ahead of an election is exactly what we do. Having dedicated teams that then think specifically on, okay, this is Kenya. Kenya is different from Tanzania, it's different from Uganda. What are the specific risks that we can encounter here? Applying a framework that is applicable everywhere, but being really specific about the details when it comes to, is this an environment where we have to worry about hate speech? Is this an environment where maybe voter interference is happening? Should we be more concerned about foreign interference or fake accounts? So I think there is never a one-fits-all solution. And I think that's something that we are looking at collectively more and more across sub-Saharan Africa. And then based on these risks we identify, we then figure out who are the best teams internally that we can work with to mitigate it, and figure out how to keep people safe online, how to keep people informed, how to avoid foreign interference, how to be transparent about our efforts, how to make more of an emphasis on media literacy. I think it's not just an African problem, but I do think that there needs to be a lot invested and creativity applied as to how do we let people be a bit more aware about the type of information that might be out there, how it can be manipulated, and what questions should they ask themselves before they share it. I think also one other aspect that's very Africa specific and that I've seen certain trends is sort of how our governments are treating the opposition, right? How and what Facebook needs to do to keep either activists or journalists safe, and their accounts not compromised, as well as protect them from harassment. I think these are all issues that we're looking at, and depending on the country, of course, then taking respective mitigation issues. I think one other thing I want to mention is WhatsApp. WhatsApp is quite unique in the way it's being used across various African countries. And there a lot of changes have taken place and have been informed by African countries, right? Specific countries where relationships have been built, where they flagged, hey, we're having an issue with virality. How can we spread the information? How can we stop the spread of viral information? And you've seen product changes that have taken place based on feedback that we've gotten out of various African countries. I think that has to be recognized. How can we partner with third-party fact checkers, right, who are independent media organizations in and from Africa, like Africa Check, PESA Check, Dubawa. And there are tests right now where they're thinking about how people can use WhatsApp to figure out whether information is true or false. So I think I really want to reiterate that it's not a copy paste from the US. Yes, there are lessons learned, but I do think that, not only think, I know, because it's my day-to-day job, when it comes to African elections, we're working with people who are from the region, who speak the languages, they understand the context, and they let us know who we need to be talking to better understand the risks and figure out creative ways to mitigate them.
And finally, to you, Max, we have an audience question, which is really saying, what should be the main role of social media in East African democracy, suggesting there is discontent with the present situation. But as you speak to that, can you speak to another thing? Because the challenges you have faced and had to overcome in Tanzania are just remarkable. The punitive, the taxes, the licensing fees, and and all these. And so just when you're speaking about social media's role in democracy in East Africa, just what can you share with us about how you overcome these challenges in order to still be the kind of platform that you are?
As my colleague already said, I think the fact-checking fact-checking is an issue that we need to consider most. And we need to partner with these big giants like Facebook, Google, and the rest to make sure that we understand the country context of different countries in Africa, especially in East Africa. But also, we need to also have better ways of helping our people, because not everyone will be able to download VPNs. So we need to have other modalities of making sure that our services can have VPN of service in the background that can help people to make sure that they can circumvent these kinds of restrictions that the authorities put on top of blockage in terms of during elections, especially for Tanzania, and I see this happening soon in Uganda. And also, we need to build capacities to journalists, those who are courageous enough to tell stories that can help people to have good content from their countries, to make sure that people are engaged with the right content and the right information. There is a lot of spread of fake news in Africa. I don't call it fake news. I call it false news. False information. And we can have local people who can verify these stories and make sure that once they flag them, we remove the content from these social media platforms to make sure that people do trust our platforms. Sorry, I know that time is
Thank you.
over.
Yes, thank you. And you've been a very wonderful panel. Thank you, Oriokolo. Thank you, Equia. And for those who are reading her name, actually, it is pronounced Equia Jesse. We're just blown away by that. It was glad to meet you. And and Maxence Melo, continue the good fight. And for those who are listening, we've been glad to have you. Please join us tomorrow again. And please remember to answer the poll. Thank you. And all, be safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.